Returning heroes, multi-medalists, new stars and hopeful outsiders converge in the Zhangjiakou Mountains for the final day of Para-Biathlon at the Beijing Paralympic Winter Games. Wherever you're watching, hello and welcome to the Zhangjiakou National Biathlon Centre, northwest of the Chinese capital, for the last 6 sets of biathlon medals to be decided ahead of a weekend of cross-country racing that rounds out the Para-Nordic programme at these 13th Paralympic Winter Games. 12 sets of medals have already been awarded in the Para-Biathlon over the 1 kilometre sprint and 10k middle distances. Today sees the 12.5 kilometre individual events in our 3 classifications for men and women: sitting, standing and vision impaired. 11 athletes in the field today with gold, silver or bronze already have the chance to make the podium in all 3 biathlon events, including the brilliant USA duo of Oksana Masters and Kendall Gretsch. Host nation China with 3 para-biathlon golds, 7 overall, go looking for more precious metal. Ukraine have had a wonderful games and lead the medals table overall. And indeed, one of their athletes, Vitaly Lukinenko, a little later, goes for his 3rd gold in the men's VI. Well, the sun has been out this week at Zhangjiakou, but not today. Decidedly overcast up in the mountains.
Unusual conditions, really. The visibility is quite poor, so the lights are on, as they were during the Olympics for the twilight competitions of biathlon. But here in Paralympic Winter Games, first time we've seen the lights on at Zhangjiakou at this marvellous complex. And 4 of our field today were in the event 4 years ago in Pyeongchang, and Chu Bei was one of them actually. And we're looking towards the bottom of the field there, Masters and Gretsch, to see if they can get another haul of medals. Anja Vicker, who was 9th 4 years ago, but is in pretty good form here. It'll all come down to the range. 4 visits to be had there, and it swings on their fortunes with the rifle in hand. But Gretsch and Masters, good mates, great rivals, and once they're away out on the course, those friendly moments are forgotten. But you can see what good buddies they are as they prepare for the race.
Yeah, Gretsch, the world champion at this distance from Lillehammer 2021, and Oksana Masters, a medal as she may have expected in all events competed so far in biathlon and cross country. 3 silvers and a gold in the sprint. So this is an ideal way to start the programme. 6 nations, 10 competitors on the start line here, and factored times will be a feature. Each of our athletes have the different individual sporting classification, and Shan, the silver medalist in the sprint event, a couple of misses in the middle distance, that drops her off the podium to 4th, goes again here. And Zhai Yuxin 6th and 5th thus far, looks to deliver more medals in what's been a spectacular Paralympic Winter Games for the host nation so far in the Nordic events.
It's not cold by any means. Certainly the athletes are keeping the jackets on until race time. Anja Vicker just with the coat draped over the shoulders there. We'll see what she can do today. She, more than anyone perhaps, reliant on good results in the rain. She can be a bit hot and cold in that aspect of the biathlon, but it's temperature hovering around 2 degrees. The temperature is all right. The wind is, well, it's there, but we'll see in a few minutes whether it's a factor in the range. But we're right on the pip of 10 o'clock, so in 25 seconds we'll be underway.
Yep, just shy of 10 a.m. local time. We're 188 kilometres or so northwest of Beijing. And this is our first race on the final day of Para-Biathlon at Beijing 2022. Off and away then, it's Chu Bei of China, 33 years of age, from Linyi. 3 finishes so far, 8th in the sprint, 7th in the middle distance race, and a cross-country athlete as well, where she was 8th in the cross-country sprint. Second is Kukla.
Monica Kukla is 25 years of age. And away she goes. 11th in the sprint, 10th in the middle distance event, and 12th at the Worlds last year. See if she can pull together the perfect race for her and perhaps force her way up into the top 5. That would be one aim, I'm sure.
Almighty 16 medals in para-biathlon for Ukraine. Unfortunately, none thus far for Anastasia Laletina, one of the babes of the squad. At 19, was there at the World Champs in Lillehammer, a pair of 12th place finishes. What can she do here?
Wang Xiu, the 22-year-old, is away from Shenyang. 4th in the sprint, 6th in the middle distance, so she's just outside the medals and would really like to snag one today. Pretty good at target sports, having been an archer as well.
Next to go, Christina Picton, the 28-year-old Canadian. Shot clear in the sprint event, ended up 7th there, 3 misses. In the middle distance, she ended up finishing 8th, 6th in the cross-country sprint as well. Canada have had a decent medal haul so far. Picton off and away.
Chinese competitors comprising 40% of the field. Jai Yuxin, 21, 6th in the sprint, 5th in the middle distance. And like Wang Xiu, just needs a little bit of improvement to force her way onto the podium.
Silver for Shan in the sprint behind Oksana Masters. Pushed off the podium in the middle distance event was Shan Yilin here, 4th in that middle distance event. 2 misses in her 4 visits to the range. She's away and racing.
It's the calm demeanour of Anja Vicker. Looks completely unfazed by the occasion. Well, it's her 3rd Paralympic Winter Games. She was a gold and silver medalist in biathlon in Sochi, and bronze in the middle distance event here. She can shoot something like 80 to 90%. She'll be in the calculation for sure.
She shoulders a lot of expectation. Oksana Masters, the 32-year-old American. She's raced in 4 events so far here at these Paralympic Winter Games. She's been on the podium in each of them. She won the sprint and thereafter followed 3 silvers in the para-biathlon middle distance and also in the sprint and long distance cross-country events.
Kendall Gretsch has got the game face on now. And the 29-year-old from Colorado, a gold in the middle distance, bronze in the sprint. Had 1 miss in winning that middle distance event when Masters shot 100%. Vicker had 5 misses. And let's see what is to pan out today. But the Americans going 9th and 10th. Last and second last away out of the gate. Will they be able to pull together 1st and 2nd at the end of it all? Another 50 minutes or so should tell the story as we watch Wang Xiu making way around the course.
Yep, they're all away. You're watching the first race out on the snow here on the last day of Parabiathlon at these Winter Paralympic Games in Beijing. This is the individual race, the longer distance for our competitors here in the sitting category. So Xu Beibei, who was first out, clears that first kilometre at 3:52. It looks as if Picton actually has gone faster over that first kilometre. Our athletes have factored times running at percentages. The clock runs at different speeds for different athletes depending on their individual sporting classifications. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 actually running at 100%. So their finishing time is their actual time. Laletina at 87 and Vicker at 87%. Kendall Gretsch as well at 96. So the clock is altered for those athletes. Bib 6, that's Zhai Yilin, 6th in the sprint and 5th in the middle distance event. And behind her, wearing bib 7, that's Shan, also of China, the sprint second place finisher.
Coming through in the quickest time so far through the first 1,000 metres. And there's not a lot of run in the snow. It's been a warm week and it's been gradually softening. Quite different conditions today. A little bit cooler, but not cold by alpine standards. Should you've not watched much of the event so far, just a reminder that this event is taking place at an unusually high altitude for the athletes, normally competing at around 900 or 1,000 metres above sea level, but this is 1,600, 1,700 at the very upper reaches of the cross-country and biathlon courses. But Masters, unsurprisingly, through in the quickest time, 12.7 seconds to the good. And Vicker has already passed Vicker, but they are different classifications significantly. Vicker's time factored to 87%.
We saw a brilliant finish from Anja Vicker, didn't we, to claim that bronze in the middle distance. She actually missed 5 targets in that race, so an extraordinary effort to skate those penalty loops and then get back in the race and just drop Shan down into 4th place. Great endurance from the American at bib 10. That's Kendall Gretsch.
So some 14 seconds down, and Masters has really flown out at the commencement of this race as the team officials come in and hand the rifle to the athletes as they come into the range for the first time. And Chu, who shot 100% in the middle distance event but was out of the placings,
and you give yourself a chance, don't you, if you're not required to ski penalty loops here. Xu Beibei with a perfect first visit to the shooting range. There'll be 4 visits to the range, so it's a real test, as we know, in biathlon of the 2 skill sets, the poise and the accuracy and the ability to drop the heart rate when you get into the shooting range and then up again with those poles digging into the snow. And pushing on with the power and getting back into the racing groove.
Kukla has discarded the glasses that she started the race with, and she settles in. It's interesting to watch the breathing patterns we saw from Chu as she got towards the 5th shot. Not so many breaths needed as she'd restocked with oxygen. 2 misses. That's another couple of 100 metres to ski for Kukla. So for the seated athletes, the penalty loop is 100 metres and 150 for the standing athletes. That's an aspect of the sport that Kukla's still working on. Not as accurate as Chu. Perfect start for Picton.
Yep, she shot clear in the sprint event as well, but didn't quite have the speed in the ski. She ended up 7th place there, 3 misses in the middle distance event. And Shan, well, good first visit as well.
Wang.
Or Shan.
Wang is clear. There's 2 misses for Kukla. Four out of 5 then for Neletina.
Yeah. And it seems that Masters has gone clear as well. So in control as Kendall Gretsch comes through. And we've got Anya Vicker as well. Yet to visit the shooting range. So Kendall Gretsch gets set here. She is the defending champion in the World Champs. Had a terrific individual race in Lillehammer just 8 weeks ago. By the way, the defending Paralympic Winter Champion Andrea Eskau isn't here competing in Beijing. No messing around there. Off, lock and load.
That's how it's done. Brilliant. Yeah, and a second saved.
Vicker as well. Excellent start from her, Anya Vicker. Oh, no time wasted at all there. Back in the race. Well, she knows she's got to match the Americans here and able to do so. So Masters shoots clear.
Well,
Rich shoots clear and Vicker shoots clear as well. It's actually a good first visit to the range across the board, isn't it? We've got Laletina missing 1 shot, Kukla missing 2. Everyone else perfect.
Yeah, well, that's you've add them up. That's 47 out of 50 have hit the target in the first visit to the range. A very encouraging start for Vicker. That can be a weak point of her biathlon. But away she goes. Masters the one to catch. And that's not a surprise.
So that's how things stand then at the end of the first shoot. Masters, Gretsch, Shan, Vicker, Jai, Wang, Picton, Laletina and Kukla. An interesting point about the conditions, isn't it? The last 3 days here at Zhangjiakou, it's been positively balmy. The sun has been beating down. We were worried about the snow, let's be quite honest. Seemed to be diminishing in front of our eyes, melting away, but with something back approaching here, more traditional winter sport conditions and something approaching what these athletes will be used to performing in.
Well, we're told the month of March in these parts is very unpredictable and a wide range of weather conditions can arrive quite quickly, but Masters cruising around the course, getting the job done.
32 now, Oksana Masters. That's bib number 6, that's Jai from China, 6th and 5th so far. Concentrates on the para biathlon events. We have plenty doubling up in terms of the para biathlon and the cross country, but it's masters to the tune of over 30 seconds currently who is on course here, but it could all change around when we get deeper into the visits to the shooting range. He has a formidable palmarès at the Paralympic Winter Games, cross country, a couple of golds from Pyeongchang, a silver, a couple of bronzes, and those 2 silvers in the para biathlon events as well. 4 years ago in the mountains up at Alpenzia, and Kendall Gretsch as well, her great friend and rival. Well, they sort of compare themselves against each other, don't they? Gretsch in cross country was a long distance champion 4 years ago, and she won the sprint too in Pyeongchang, of course, on the podium as well 4 years on here in Beijing.
I just negotiated that hairpin left-hander that it's caused a problem or two. Very sharp, and the snow chops up and softens. It's caused a couple of balance issues. These course 5 laps of 2.5 kilometres to give you the 12.5. It's actually a few hundred metres short of 12.5 kilometres. Each lap is 2.412 kilometres, with a maximum climb of 13 metres, just negotiating one of the gentler ones there, and total climb for each lap of 58 metres. So it does ask a bit of the shoulders. When we get to the standing categories, the course is a little more demanding in terms of the climbs. Kikla and Vika coming through. Sits a little lower in the chair. It's reflected in her classification of 87% factored time. Less core strength.
Yeah, Vika. She has been competing since Sochi in both the biathlon and the cross country. Second visit to the range now. Ju Beibei. No misses so far. Jedi, super shooting again from Chu. So that's 10 from 10, and she's still very much in the hunt here. The challenge laid down to Masters and Gretsch.
That's 30 straight shots from Chu if you include the perfect record in the middle distance event. So she's got that side of it covered. If she can generate the pace around the course, then Chu will be a factor. That's still developing. She was around in the event 4 years ago. When I say it's developing, it might be a bit late for that to find new speed in her early 30s, but she finished 12th in Pyeongchang, did Chu. Watching Wang Xiyu and Shan Yilin.
7 medals all in the para biathlon here at their home games in Beijing for China. 3 gold medals, 3 bronzes and a silver as well. It's been quite stunning, their performance in the Nordic events here. That's that duo from the home nation come into the range.
2.1 metres per second, the wind from the east. Only seems to come from 2 directions, east or west. More often from the west, not today. Can say about the conditions, they seem pretty good for shooting. Everyone's on the money.
They're seeing some superb marksmanship today. Now then, 8 visits to the shooting range in the Parabiathlon events, all in for Oksana Masters here. She hasn't yet missed a shot. Absolutely brilliant.
I think she's drawn a little smiley face on the Beijing sticker, or is it there already? I'll just see if it's there for the other athletes. But on that red Beijing 2022 decal on the side of the rifle. Jai. Well, these targets are getting a workout, aren't they? And the red telltale flags are quite busy. I've got to acknowledge this is very good marksmanship. Kukla exiting the range. That's a better effort with her second visit. She shot clear, having missed a couple early on. 1, 2, 3, 7 have come through for the second shoot, and they've all shot 5 out of 5. Astonishing, really. Very hazy day across eastern China as we get towards the end of these 13th Paralympic Winter Games. And Gretsch has to match the others. Well, it seems they've all got that smiley face on that sticker. I thought Masters might have done it herself, but it's there for everyone, so give them a positive attitude for the racing occasion.
Well, that's what Anya Vika and Laletina, the Ukrainian, have got to contend with, more specifically Vika, with regards to potential medal placings. Laletina has missed a shot in her first visit to the range, but Anya Vika really has to do something serious when she visits the shooting range for the second time. And there she is with Bibe, such a dogged competitor. Anya Vika, 30 years of age now, has had a great Paralympic winter career. Multiple medals at World Champs, 2-time gold medalist in sprint and individual. Particularly memorable was that home performance in 2017 in Finsterau in Germany. So it comes in again, looking to match the excellent shooting of her big medal contenders, her big medal rivals here in the women's individual race.
She's doing it. Vika going well. We're just a bit over 5 minutes away from the start of the men's sitting individual event. There will be some overlap, as you might have witnessed in some previous races as well. Valentina. Everyone perfect in the second visit. Not sure we've seen that before.
No, the standard of shooting so high here. It's a fitting way to finish the Parabiathlon for these sitting athletes. As you just mentioned there, the men's race on its way. We're going to see an overlap of the finals here. We've got 6 races all told in Parabiathlon here. Day 3 of the Parabiathlon before cross-country takes over on the final weekend of these Paralympic Winter Games. Masters and Gretsch, United States 1 and 2, are doing it at the moment.
Generally there are 30 shooting positions at the range, and we've got a field of 10 in the women's event and 20 in the men's, so that's the maximum amount perhaps you could have, even though it would be most unusual to have everyone come in at once. That simply won't happen. But even so, there are enough shooting bays to cover the 2 events. As we watch Kukla make the climb. I wonder if the light today is favourable for shooting. It's certainly different to what we've had before. The towers around the course are doing their best to illuminate, and it's a little dull, but the light's very flat getting some good results in the range, that's for sure, as Masters rockets around the course. Well, the one to beat at the moment. 34 seconds down is our second place holder, Kendall Gretsch, out of Colorado, where there's no shortage of alpine opportunities for sport. She's from Colorado Springs. Shan, and then Masters. Not short of encouragement. Shan goes through. The course quite exposed if there is wind. There are some trees around. They look to us like they're still in the growing stage. The complex itself is quite new, only a year or two old, but it's being used to great effect by the Chinese cross-country and biathlon teams. Have come through with some brilliant prospects.
They really have. It's been a remarkable games in the Paranordic events for the host nation China. The Gretsch and Masters, I suppose you'd call them the usual suspects. By the way, these two American teammates, also the gold medalists in the summer Paralympic Games from Tokyo last year. They're quite formidable athletes. The Masters, 2 golds in road cycling. Gretsch is a para triathlete, 29 now. Kendall Gretsch, she lists Oksana Masters as a great hero, and here she is racing against her and wanting to beat her.
The athletes are finding that the sort of cross-training, if you will, competing in summer Paralympic events is very good for their overall fitness and maintaining interest in the sport. You can find it in the athletes in the alpine skiing as well. As Shan looks to continue her perfect record with the rifle so far. Chu Bei, by the way, has had a miss, her first in a long while. Deeper into the race they go, the harder it is to get out of that oxygen debt. Masters with a miss.
That's her first miss of the entire para-biathlon competition. She was clear in the sprint, clear in the middle distance. Could that cost her a big surprise there, given the form we've seen so far? I suppose she was due a miss. Everyone's human. But Masters now has to race a penalty loop in addition to the race requirements as we transfer back to the start line for the beginning of the men's individual race here.
Yeah, field of 25 from Ukraine. We mentioned they've had a very strong Paralympic Winter Games, especially in biathlon. So we've got them coming from Kazakhstan and Korea, Great Britain and China, Canada. Martin Fleig, got to be a chance here, the 2018 gold medalist, in good form. And here's Usultov.
The 47-year-old Kazakhstani then, Sergei Liseltsev, cross-country and biathlon athlete. He's been outside the medals thus far. 3 races so far, 15th, 34th and 14th, so needs an improvement.
Won Yumin of Korea. He's an interesting story. A couple of top 20s for him so far. Not likely to medal today, but he's represented 2 countries in Paralympic sport. He's played wheelchair basketball for Canada, moved there as a youngster, has come back to Korea, and is now representing that country here in China.
Para-athletic high jumper at home in China, Zhu Yongfeng goes away next. Hasn't made much of an impact thus far in the Nordic events here. He's raced in the biathlon and cross country. Best finish was an 8th in the cross country sprint.
Callum Du Bois next to go. 25-year-old from Prestwick. Results so far for Callum: he's had a 17th in the sprint, an 18th in the middle distance event.
Five Ukrainians in this race. First to go, Yarovyi, the 32-year-old. And it's been difficult for him thus far in these games. 11th, a 20th and a 15th. That best place of 11th was in the sprint event. As we return to the women's race, and that's Masters, just trying to get a lead, get an advantage there on bib number 7, Sham. And Masters with that first miss in the entire biathlon competition here at the Zhangjiakou range was required to race a penalty lap. So we'll be calling upon all her reserves of endurance here, and she'll need to go clear again on the final visit to the range.
Well, it's the mental strength too. Have given herself that little setback, clear the mind, go forward, and not look back. And at 32 years of age, she's got the experience. He's that tight left-hander. She lifts and turns and gets away from it pretty quickly. And deep into that aerodynamically sound position. It allows for greater downhill speed and no pushing, a bit of extra oxygen back into the lungs. Masters is quick enough to overcome that 100-metre penalty. It does add to the endurance factor, though. Just 100 metres, it doesn't sound like much, but it's time and effort.
Yeah, Gretsch, by the way, shot clear on her 3rd visit to the range. Picked in 2, and now Anja Vicker has been perfect with a rifle so far. Really improved her shooting, hasn't she? Anja Vicker, absolutely brilliant. 5 misses in the middle distance race. She's still got on the podium, by the way. 3 misses in the sprint. That dropped her down to 5th place, but she's really at the races here. Anja Vicker, who goes clear. 1, 2, 3, 4 of our athletes in this race have not missed a shot yet.
She's sitting in around 4th position, comparatively leaving the range for the 3rd time. 1:15 down on Gretsch. So even though she's shooting clear, it might be a bridge too far for Vicker to get up to top of the podium. May yet medal though. Masters and Gretsch might still have it between them. There's a bit to go yet. It's a 12.5k race, as it will be all day for the men and the women, sitting, standing and vision impaired. Last day of biathlon competition.
So last into the range, visit number 3 for the Ukrainian Laletina. She missed the target on visit 1. Clear in the second set of 5 shots.
If you think that's a young face, you'd be right. She's the youngest in the field at 19, and is doing a nice job.
By the way, it's Chubei Bay coming in for her last visit to the range as well, as we're riding now with Oksana Masters, looking for more success here. Oh, she just expects it, doesn't she? Those 4 races so far and 4 medals. Big visit here. Can't afford to miss, surely. Oksana Masters. So the athletes in Parabiathlon don't ride with the rifle on the back, handed them by the team officials, as you can see.
Wasn't in a hurry to get to the mat, just a couple of extra breaths to calm things down. Needs the full 5 to go here. That's better. That's what she needed. Out she goes. Full confidence again. So she's just got the 1 lap to ski, Masters, and the competition will be done for her in the biathlon, at least. And what will it be?
And Masters all in 50 shots, 50 targets aimed at throughout the 3 events in Parabiathlon here at Beijing, and just that single miss. It's come in this event, the last of the 3, the last of the 3 distance events in Parabiathlon, as we return to the start gate of the men's individual race. So 2, 3, 4 still to leave the start gate. Pike next to go for the United States. Oksana Masters' partner, actually. Aaron Pike, 8th, 12th and 15th. Those 3 finishes in the events that he's finished so far. The 8th came in the biathlon sprint. A man from Champaign, Illinois. Will there be the sound of corks popping later?
Well, there was a 4th place for Vasil Kravchuk in the middle distance event. In the sprint, he was 10th. From Lviv, the Ukrainian athletes, particularly in biathlon, have been asked, and they've been forthcoming in their thoughts about being here while so much is going on at home, and they've obviously got very mixed emotions, but some very telling comments about how they want the world to know that they are proudly representing their nation. They want to see the Ukrainian flag flying. Taras Rad.
Made his name as an 18-year-old in Pyeongchang 4 years ago, where he won the middle distance. 2 more medals have been added to the tally for Rad personally so far here, as we return to the standings in the women's race.
Well, Masters has got some time to make up with Kendall Gretsch. Tends to shoot a little quicker than Masters. And can be just as accurate, if not more so. There we have it. Oh, is it to be Gretsch?
Well, it looks very much like it, doesn't it? Barring an absolute disaster here. Gretsch could well be adding her world champs, or to her world champs title. And a Paralympic Winter Games gold medal will hang alongside. So Kendall Gretsch has given herself the opportunity with perfect shooting.
Picton also doing a great job, but the time on the right there, her 38.50, is well outside that of Gretsch. Comes up smiling though. That's great to see mid-competition that they're enjoying themselves. And Masters. Oh, this is going to be fascinating to see if she has got the speed to haul in Gretsch.
Sharp 14 seconds down. Just a reminder that we're running on factored times here. So due to the athletes' individual sporting classifications, the clock runs differently for each athlete, making the results for different classes comparable without compromising, if you will, the impact of different types or severities of impairments on the competition. The higher the degree of impairment, the slower the clock runs. We're all set up for a really big crescendo finish here in the women's individual race over 12.5K, the last para biathlon day of racing here at Beijing 2022. Anja Vicker. No misses so far in the range.
There's been a poor shoot from Monika Kukla of Poland. She's missed 4. And the last visits to the range, everyone else is shot clear, so that's an unfortunate outcome for Kukla. Not a lot of movement on the flags now. If anything, the wind has dropped. Something for the athletes to consider as they come into the range. The wind is gone. Masters. Well, it'll be perhaps a high-risk approach to the hairpin bend she has to make to try and find a second or 3. Make inroads on Kendall Gretsch's position. Masters will finish across the line ahead of Gretsch, but then it will be the factored time of the other American that will be crucial. Negotiates that turn well. 3 or 4 shifts. I'm sure you can see at home that the snow is really quite soft, hard going, even more asked of the shoulders.
Masters was 3rd, behind Kendall Gretsch, the gold medal winner in the recent World Champs. Lillehammer in Norway hosted those World Championships just 8 or so weeks ago, postponed a year, delayed a year, more accurately, because of the COVID pandemic. Quite unusual to see a World Champs and a Paralympic Winter Games in such close proximity, but it certainly gave an opportunity to our top athletes to really get themselves conditioned to elite racing. Masters there, just coming over the brow, trying to pick up a little bit of speed. Indeed, the snow is a lot thicker this morning.
Well, we've been here quite a while. Those of us who've worked on both the Olympics and Paralympics, there's really only been 1 day of snow in the middle of the Olympic Games, and since then there's been no addition. And of course, primarily these courses are covered in artificial snow, and we look for Vicker to see if she can complete the job here at the range. Perfect.
Brilliant. Vicker with an absolutely perfect 4 visits to the shooting range. So Masters, we'll set our reference time, and then it's a case of everyone else chasing it down. Shan, Chu, Gretsch, Chai, Picton, Wang, Vicker. But here comes Oksana Masters, a medal in every event in which she's competed. She has a gold and 3 silvers. What will it be here in the individual? 42.17.9. She'll be rueing that miss in the 3rd visit to the shooting range.
She's left it all out there, as they all do. This should be Sian coming in, and she'll be some 30 seconds outside, or 18, I beg your pardon. Into second for the moment. Sian behind Masters.
Yep, Sian, who got the silver behind Oksana Masters in the sprint event, will have a keen eye on the clock from here on in. But Chu's going to come over. That's the 46.59. That's a long way down. She had one miss on the third visit to the shooting range. Didn't quite have the power or the speed needed over 12.5 kilometres of racing here. So it's Masters from Sian at present. But expect all that to change as our later finishers come over the line. So all eyes will be on Kendall Gretsch. 42.17.9 is the time to beat. She's got it in her surely here.
Well, coming through 4 seconds down on Masters at the 12.2 kilometre checkpoint. So there's not far to go.
Yeah, let's go, Kendall!
Slow snow there. And it could be Masters has done enough. What can Gretsch find?
Yeah, she has time to make up, in fairness, doesn't she? So the last 300 metres. Kendall Gretsch, world champion in the individual category, has to give it absolutely everything here over the final metres of the race.
Being chased home by Wang Xiyu. China second and third at the moment through Sian and Chu Beibei, but those positions likely to change, especially via this lady's performance as Gretsch pushes hard. Love to make it a 1-2 for the United States, wouldn't she? But she'd like to displace Masters as well. But Masters has really flown round that last lap and may have been able to make amends for the one miss out of 20. Gretsch having been perfect at the range.
That's Wang in behind. And one or two men coming through as well from the equivalent race, the men's individual race, which is happening at the same time. But of course, we're going to focus here on Kendall Gretsch. 42.17. Not sure she can do it here.
She's too far from home, it would seem. It looks like it's Masters again. Gretsch pushing for all she's worth, but that finish line is just out of reach for her. Or is it? It's very close. She's giving it absolutely everything. Just outside, unfortunately, for Gretsch. Masters can breathe a little easier. Gretsch into second, just 6 seconds behind.
So it's America 1 and 2. Masters missed the shot. Gretsch was clean, but Masters was quicker. Well, more medals for Team USA here, thanks to the usual suspects. But we wait to see what finishing time Vicker can produce. It's Sian for China in the gold medal position at present. We've had 5 finishers.
Now 6. Jai comes in 5th position. I'm just thinking what a brilliant attitude from Gretsch. Crossed the line, looked up at the screen, saw she was second, but knew she couldn't have done any more. Shot 20 out of 20, raced as hard as she could. But her teammate, Oksana Masters, just that little bit better today. And already crediting her with the win. Someone's done the calculations and realised that she can't be beaten. And Picton of Canada will come through in 6th position provisionally. Well, the sheer power and pace generated by Oksana Masters, too good for the field in this one. It often is. Made up for the one miss. Just the style. Looks like she's made to do this. The very efficient push.
Awesome. Wait, 49 for 50, both of you guys? Yeah. Oh, no, wait, I was 48. Oh, slacker. You guys are amazing. Nice work.
Well, a very happy team.
Brilliant from Team USA. Sweeping the gold medals in the para biathlon in the women's sitting category as we return to the men's race. So it's all hotting up in the men's individual amongst sitting athletes. Decent first visits to the range from Liu, from Colin Cameron, Scott Mina, Alexic, the Ukrainian. The boys has shot clear too, actually on the first two visits to the range. Now we're looking at Pablo Bal, but he missed twice on his first visit, the Ukrainian.
Liu Mingtao might be the one to beat. He's the middle distance gold medalist. Bal gets 5 out of 5. Can head back out again. Those telltale flags are busy once more. The wind coming and going. On the left there, the familiar figure of Colin Cameron, who's had success in cross-country events. You will have seen many of the athletes doubling up in biathlon and cross-country, all of which are being held at the National Biathlon Centre at Zhangjiakou. And Liu Mingtao, is he on his way once more? Might well be.
Middle distance champion, Liu Mingtao, going really well there, wearing bib at 33 for China. They've won both of the biathlon gold medals thus far, with Liu Zixu in the sprint, Liu Mingtao in that middle distance event. So Knossen with that first miss of the competition. The athlete who had a breakout at Pyeongchang Games, absolutely superb in Pyeongchang with a gold in the sitting sprint event. Knossen, the 41-year-old, back in the race now.
So an important shoot coming up for Flag, having been 5 out of 5 with the first visit, and he's got his first miss. He is the champion from Pyeongchang. He's made it hard for himself, doubly so now. Oh dear. Oh,
struggling to control his breathing big time in that visit. 3 misses, and that is really tough going from here on in for the middle distance bronze, silver medalist, I beg your pardon, Martin Fleig of Germany. But indeed, that title from 4 years ago is disappearing in front of his eyes.
Yeah, 300 metres extra to ski. It's like giving your opponents a 300-metre start, particularly, or if only they shoot clear, of course.
Yarovyi of Ukraine has missed 4 targets all in. Now we're seeing Taras Rad, who hasn't missed yet. Good going from the Ukrainian. Excellent shooting here. Taras Rad at 22 is one of the real stars of Pyeongchang 4 years ago. Silver and a bronze already here. Ten out of 10 for Pike. Excellent shooting there from the American.
Got a did not start here in Steve Arnold of Great Britain, so that reduces the field to 19 in this men's sitting individual competition. So Pike a minute down on Liu Mingtao, exiting the range for the second time.
Yeah, still looking good at the front of the field for the Chinese. Liu Mingtao, middle distance champion. No misses with the gun so far for the 20-year-old. As well as that, the middle distance gold medal. He won bronze in the sprint. Part of this fabulous Chinese breakthrough story here at their own the Paralympic Winter Games. The talk was of getting a competitive squad, and they've been working hard at the training base up in the mountains. Getting there at 55 the Nordic athletes, strong and resilient and well conditioned. And another one of those, Xu, comes into the range. 2 misses so far, though.
The top 4 from 4 years ago are all in the field today. Martin Fleig, Daniel Canossa, Colin Cameron and Taras Rad. 1 through 4. Could be a changing of the guard today, though, with China doing very well. Liu Mingtao in particular. Rad might be backing up for a top 5 finish, though. Just out of the medals in Pyeongchang.
11 seconds. Rad will feel that that's doable. Certainly if Liu loses his aim in the next visit to the shooting range, but we shall see. Perfect so far. Liu Mingtao, and bib 40. It's Taras Rad who's contributed to this terrific Ukrainian haul of medals. Wonderful to see. He was brilliant in Pyeongchang. He won the 12.5 race. And a 3-time world champion as well in Parabiathlon. Taras Rad.
There's a big shoot coming up now for Liu Mingtao. Picture of efficiency. Just one short breath between rounds. Just checks over the shoulder to make sure all is good, and it certainly is. And here's Pike. We're talking about conditions today and a sudden rise in humidity. There's a chance of some rain later, perhaps. But the humidity does make a difference to events where the waxing of the skis is so crucial. That changes the nature of the surface of the snow, and the wax technicians are thinking all the time about what is the best combination. And to go from 20% humidity to 80% in a day, well, that's when they start to earn their keep. And it's starting to discolour the snow around the course at Zhangjiakou, likewise on the alpine courses. With the weather so warm, impossible to make additional artificial snow.
Well, Liu Mingtao, he actually missed 3 targets in the middle distance race, but no one around him was able to capitalise. Still won it by 46 seconds, and it's looking very, very good at the moment for a gold medal performance in Parabiathlon here at Beijing for Liu Mingtao. Bao next in the range. 2 misses on his first visit.
Ukrainian biathlon team was training in Italy and were commencing a long bus ride back towards Ukraine when conflict began, and there's well, very mixed feelings obviously for the athletes deciding what was the best thing to do, and they've made their way to China and doing their best to represent their country with pride and distinction. Knossen now.
Good shooting there from Knossen. He needed a pick-me-up. The athlete who had that breakout of 2018 left Pyeongchang with 6 medals all in. Former Navy SEAL.
Zaplatinsky, nice job. Out of Edmonton, Alberta. Had some top 15s in Pyeongchang in cross country, and the 9th in the sprint of biathlon 4 years ago as we joined Flag, and oh, he's having a wretched day now.
We saw that Flag was absolutely overjoyed to get on the podium, that silver medal in the middle distance. But I don't think there's going to be a similar outpouring of emotion at the end of this one. Taras Rad hunting down Liu Mengtao at the head of the field. Goes without saying that he needs to remain clear. And he does remain clear. Excellent shooting from Taras Rad.
It's astonishing how still he keeps his chest. There's not a lot of deep breathing going on between shots with Taras Rad. He just squirts them off pretty quickly and back out onto the course, but he's still 24 seconds down on Liu Mengtao at the comparative time.
Yeah, has to hope now that Liu messes up with those final shots and needs to maintain his own eye, of course, and concentrate on the rest of the race, digging those poles in for propulsion as Pike comes in now for shoot number 3, the 35-year-old Pike, and partner of Oksana Masters, who's had fabulous success so far in Beijing.
Late miss, unfortunately, for Pike. 100 metres extra to do.
They actually missed 6 targets in the middle distance event. Aaron Pike finished down in 15th place. And difficult really for him to make up time with the ski, so have to concentrate really on shooting clean, not something that Pike has been able to do. It's Liu still who is in charge of this men's individual race for the sitting athletes. Second race of 6 on the final day of Parabiathlon at these 13th Paralympic Winter Games. The Zhangjiakou facility has been a wonderful host venue here. Has produced exciting racing, plenty of stories, and indeed massive dominance from the Chinese athletes. That is the case with Liu Mengtao in this men's sitting class. The Chinese have swept the gold medals thus far, and unless something really quite dramatic happens, it could be a racing incident or a losing of his sightlines in the shooting range, it will be another gold for the host nation, because Liu Mengtao is in charge ahead of Taras Rad.
So in the biathlon medal table alone, it's China with 3 coming into this event. Yu Mingtao, Liu Zhizhu and Guo Yuji. On the women's side of things, picking up the sprint gold. Is Taras Rad doing his best. Ukraine well figured in the gold medal tally with 5 in biathlon, and a couple for the USA before today, and an additional one coming today for Oksana Masters will make 3. But Ukraine really being able to dominate many of these biathlon events.
So, big final visit to the range here for Liu Mingtao. He has this event in the palm of his hand. Hasn't missed a shot yet. Lock and load. Look at that. Up and away. He knows now that, well, he knows he's in control still. Just needs to keep it steady and bring it home for China.
Yeah, nothing short of a fall out on the course can deny him, it would seem. There should be a comfortable last few minutes to bring it to the line for Liu Mingtao, and a second gold it would be for him, having won the middle distance event. Liu Zhizhu, teammate, looks to be labouring a little. He won the sprint, so maybe the longer distance event not suiting him so well.
A penny for those thoughts out there, alone in the white wilderness.
Yes, the loneliness of the long distance skier. Shoulders burning, lungs screaming for air. And he comes. Well, so he's got a couple of minutes here between Liu Mingtao and Colin Cameron to get this job done and head back out onto the course. Doesn't look too distressed now. It's just slowing things down, coming to the range to make sure all is how he wants it for these 5 important shots. Liu and Liu, 1 and 2. Bit more energy now as he leaves the range. Bit more urgency in the push. He's over a minute down though on his teammate.
So, Rad can't afford a miss. Second place at present. Another Paralympic Winter Games medal beckons for Taras Rad. He's at a 100% factored time, so his finish time is the time with which he will be credited. Becomes his actual time. And a medal at present. Which colour will it be? If you can keep that eye on the range, it'll surely be a silver. Colin Cameron has done well, just the 1 miss, by the way, in 4 visits to the range for Cameron. But a little too much to do for the Canadian, who has a couple of bronze medals already. Look at the lead. 2:30 at present. Coming past Kravchuk there.
Just gives him the stare as he goes past it. Whoa. Now, Kravchuk has a different classification, a 93% factored time for the Ukrainian. Now, here's Rad. Needs to exit the range in under 32.16 to squeeze Liu out of second place. Gets it done quickly. Brilliant. He will be in second. The actual timing point is still a few seconds away. It'll be under 32 minutes. Liu Zishu has been displaced.
Yeah, barring any racing incidents, that will be our 1, 2, 3. China, more medals. 2 of the 3 podium spots, and it will be a 3rd medal personally of these games for Liu Mengtao, as well as that middle distance gold. He was also 3rd in the sprint. That's the single appearance at the World Champs. That was 5 years ago in Finsterau, Germany, but there's been a massive improvement in both his performance with the rifle and his speed out on the racetrack. In the long distance event, he was 23rd at those World Champs, but as we know, the Chinese have really got their preparations down to an absolute T here.
Well, he would only have been 15 or 16 when he went there, because he's only 20 now. That's extraordinary. But Andrew Parsons, president of the International Paralympic Committee, when asked about the future of Winter Paralympic sport participation by China, he was really encouraged by the fact they've got such a huge potential future. He drew attention to the fact that with perhaps 80 million people in China with a disability, that to attract them to the sport, to this lifestyle, to the active participation, that really we'll see a new nation fully emerging, as we are here, really. But to think ahead to Milano Cortina and the continued growth of the sport and the interest, well, who's to say what will be the outcome? It's been a massive lift here from 1 gold medal 4 years ago in curling to what we're seeing here as Wang comes down to the line for our first factored time. 41.03.8. That'll do, he says. I'm done. A few darker clouds gathering around the hills of Zhangjiakou. And the athletes are starting to come in.
Yeah, indeed. You mentioned there the Chinese breakthrough performance in the Nordic events here. It's going to be 7 medals all in the Parabiathlon. That's going to be 10 by the end of this second race on the last day of competition, because of the bronze in the women's event and a couple more medals here in the men's. So it's going to be Liu Mengtao. Look at that lead, 2:34.4. Another stunning race from the middle distance gold medalist, the sprint bronze medalist. A triple medal performance, double bubble gold for Liu Mengtao.
Perfect at the range, fast around the snow. Doesn't want that flag just yet. Just let me get my breath. And we'll see what the minor placings are to be, but almost certainly it's got to be Liu Mengtao's race. We've got Taras Rad, who looks to be the closest of the pursuers. Oh, he nearly lost it there. The body tiring. It's a fairly relaxed tuck position he's adopting. I think he knows what can and can't be done. Perhaps feels he can't get near the time of Liu Mengtao. Lena coming through in 41.32.5, and Cameron into second for the moment at 2:06 down on Liu.
Yeah, podium spot at present then for Cameron.
He was third 4 years ago.
Third twice in the cross-country events as well, the sprint and the long distance. Well, Liu Mengtao's not hanging around. He strongly suspects he's done it, and we all know that he's done it. It's another gold for China.
Not sure if he's looking at himself in the screen or the times of other athletes, but Du Bois of Great Britain comes in 6th position at the moment.
Big belt to the line from Liu, 39.27. Well, that drops Cameron down to 3rd. Liu Zixue, the sprint gold medalist, with a fast finish.
Still got Taras Rad to come in, though.
Yep.
We'll try and split the two Chinese at the top. Whistletov, top 10 at the moment.
And Alexic, 7.5 minutes away, puts him into 6th place at present. But all eyes will be on Taras Rad, now chasing down a time of 39.27.5 of Liu in 2nd place. So at present, China 1, China 2, Canada 3. Taras Rad here, bib number 40 for Ukraine. It's been a phenomenal medal haul so far for the Ukrainians. Taras Rad has shot clear. Coming in ahead of him just is Shin, the 40-something Korean.
A couple of misses for him today. And now Pavlo Bal of Ukraine. 7 minutes down, and a few too many misses today. There's Daniel Knosson, silver medalist 4 years ago, not amongst it today. 19 out of 20 nonetheless at the range, good effort. Now here comes Taras Rad. Needs to get there before 39.27. He'll do that, but he's well outside Liu Mengtao's time. This probably for the silver medal for Taras Rad of Ukraine in 39.13.9. I think he was well aware of his position in the field. Cameron comes over to congratulate him.
Yeah, Taras Rad, another medal. Silver in the sprint, silver in the individual, but another gold medal for Liu Mengtao. He won the middle distance. He's now the individual champion as well. It's his 3rd gold as well of these games. 3rd medal all in of these games after the bronze as well in the sprint event. It was a controlled, it was a considered, it was a fast race, and he was precise as well with the rifle. A worthy gold medalist, Liu Mengtao of China.
Now the happy voices of the Chinese team. Liu Mengtao and Liu Shizhu. Taras Rad will join them in the recognition ceremony shortly. We'll also have one for the women's event. 1-2 for the United States in that one.
结束了。明年你还有一项，好，明年再继续。结束了，再来一场。加油！奥运梦终于完了。
Still finishers to come in the men's individual race. So Zapatinsky of Canada, the 36-year-old, missed just a single shot. That was in his first visit to the shooting range. We've had 14 finishers thus far. Zapatinsky and Pike, Kravchuk, Yarovyi, and one yet to finish the race here. So this is Pike coming in about 43.20, 43.19 indeed, to put him into 9th place and push Bal down into 10th.
He's looked a little out of sorts, Aaron Pike, in races we've observed. It just hasn't quite been there for him. Zapatinsky, he was disappointed with his performances in Pyeongchang. He had a sinus infection that affected his race times. Coming into position inside the top 10, Zapatinsky. 5:15 down on Liu Mingtao's time.
So 3 more to come in then at the end of this individual race over 12.5 kilometres. Yarovyi, Ukraine, on the podium with Taras Rad, and then Bal in 11th, Aleksik in 12th.
19 starters in all.
Kravchuk, another Ukrainian. Vasil Kravchuk.
Seems to be getting mistier by the minute around Zhangjiakou. These are hard yards, aren't they? The last little climb to the home straight for Yarovyi. Five from Ukraine, 4 from China in this field, 2 from the United States, Canada, Korea, 1 from Kazakhstan and Germany. And Steve Arnold not able to make the start line, leaving it 2 for Great Britain.
Yeah, 4 from China, as you say, and 3 of them in the top 5, with Liu and Wang, who finished 5th in 41.03.8. Incredible conditioning and preparation for these games from the host nation. So Yarovyi comes home, then it'll be mid 49.40s here for Yarovyi, and that gives him a provisional finish of 16th here, 11th behind our race winning time of 38.29.4 set by Liu Mingtao, and then we see Kravchuk and behind him Won come home for Ukraine and Korea Republic respectively.
Been a bit tough of a push out there for Won Yumin, who's not missed any targets but is well down on time today.
So Vasil Kravchuk comes in 11th place, just off the podium in the middle distance event in 4th. Won at 52.11. That gives him last spot in 19th place there at the end of this men's individual race. 12.5 kilometre competition, which has delivered more medals for the Chinese, gold and bronze, with Liu Mingtao and Liu Zishu, split there by Taras Rad, who delivers another medal for Ukraine. That's their 17th in para biathlon here at Beijing 2022.
It's the field of 19. Steve Arnold not taking part today. Athletes from Ukraine, 11th, 12th and 13th. Aleksik youngest in the field. Just in his late teens. Should have a recognition ceremony shortly for the women's event. United States and China to feature. Oksana Masters and Kendall Gretsch, 1 and 2. Shan Yi Lin finished third. Anya Vicker, who had a very good day at the range, just out of the medals. And then Chu Beibei, Zhai, Picton of Canada, Wang of China, Leletina, Ukraine, and Kukla of Poland. Oksana Masters, prior to these games of Beijing, hadn't won a biathlon gold medal. But she's put that right with a couple here now. And Kendall Gretsch will join her in the ceremony. Along with Shan Yi Lin, will pick up the bronze. Pretty intense competitor, Oksana Masters. She does like to get the result she's got in mind. She'll be pleased today. Missed the target, but was very fast, very strong.
Yeah, slight rearrangement of the podium at the end of the sprint event. Masters won that. Gretsch was third, Shan second. So after the gold medalist Oksana Masters, there's now a silver for Gretsch, and the bronze goes to Shan. But Oksana Masters hasn't disappointed on the podium in every race in which she's competed here, para-biathlon and cross-country, and nothing less than silver. Fifth medal of the games for Oksana Masters. Second for Shan Yi Lin. China's 8th para-biathlon medal at home here in Beijing. Gretsch on the podium again. Second, silver here in the women's individual. But another glory gold for the golden girl in the women's sitting category. Oksana Masters was simply magic again.
Born in Ukraine, the town of Khmelnytsky, not too far from Chernobyl, adopted by an American family. It's a journey she's been on, but a very quick journey around the course today. She's moved to the United States at the age of 7. Away they go. Masters, Gretsch and Shan. Masters, they finished the games as one of the stars in terms of medals won and mascots to take home. Is there room for them all? They're not small. I think The athletes are given some kind of baggage allowance, aren't they? One would think so. Shui Ron Ron, the name of the Paralympic Winter Games mascot. A variation on the famous and popular red lanterns. Should have the men's recognition ceremony for you shortly. Big day of racing at Zhangjiakou to complete the biathlon program. Still another 4 to come. Standing and vision impaired. Should be fun. Hope the weather holds.
Here we go. So we'll have 1, 2 and 3 recognised from the men's individual race amongst the sitting athletes. The second race to be completed here on the final day of Parabiathlon in the Zhangjiakou Mountains. And the two dominant nations on the medal table, Ukraine and China, had their respective numbers.
Be a close run thing at the end of the day, the Paralympic medal table for biathlon between Ukraine and the People's Republic of China. The United States also doing well on this last day and a few races to come, but Ukraine have found the conditions here very much to their liking. But so too China. Their familiarity with Zhangjiakou, depth and length of their preparation and their athletes, numbers they can bring to it.
Yep, and it's delivered a 5th bronze medal of these games. Liu Zixu, he won the sprint. 3rd here in the individual. And Ukraine have an 8th silver medal. Taras Rad personally has another medal. So 2nd in the sprint, bronze in the middle distance. But carrying off another gold personally Liu Mengtao after his triumph in the middle distance, and a 4th overall for China in Parabiathlon here in Beijing. He ran a perfect race. He was quick on the snow. He was unerring in the shooting range. And he did it for China. Liu Mengtao.
Mentioned he went to the World Championships in Mingtao 2017. Still only 20. He didn't take part in Pyeongchang. He's emerged from the pack big style in 2022. Expect to see these men going around again. Milano Cortina, 4 years' time. Another 4 races to come at Zhangjiakou. Standing category races are not too far away. We hope that you'll be able to stay with us and enjoy those too. It's a pause for the moment, though, at Zhangjiakou.
14位参赛运动员，比赛将在12点20开始。我是本场比赛的中文通报员于放。下面让我们把话筒交给现场来宾朱晨婷。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the National Biathlon Center in Chongli, Zhongjiang Biathlon Arena of Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games. 欢迎来到2冬残会冬季2项中心的比赛现场，我是新郎崔晨婷，你们好。
The action will soon resume at the National Biathlon Centre at Zhangjiakou. Strange day, the visibility is quite poor, the lights are on, but we've got good competition here. And it's the women's individual standing event over 12.5 kilometres that will get underway shortly with a field of 14. 5 from Ukraine, 4 from China. So 9 of the 14 from those two nations. We're likely to get medalists out of there, but also a couple of very strong Canadians, 2 from Japan and 1 from Poland. A small crowd in of selected spectators. We've still got 4 races to come. The men's standing to follow this one, and then the 2 vision impaired categories. So the snow is okay. The wind is negligible. The shooting so far has been very good, and we'd expect more close racing to come.
Yeah, we certainly do. The Ukrainians, highly fancied in this, swept the medals in the middle distance biathlon event, and Kononova, Batinkova, Bauman, Bui and Lyashenko will be the last 4 athletes to go. Irina Bui, who is the world champion from Lillehammer just 8 weeks ago, also the gold medalist in the middle distance event. Batinkova, Bauman at 38 goes also for Ukraine, and Lyashenko, not a gold medal yet. Perhaps somewhat surprising that silver and a bronze so far. 2 degrees above. Certainly not as warm as we've seen here, enjoyed over the last few days at Zhangjiakou, but the athletes will be well used to these conditions. A light breeze as we're good to go for race 3 of the final day in Parabiathlon at the 2022 Paralympic Winter Games, the women's individual in the standing category. So 4 from China, Li, Wang, Zhao and Guo, who won the sprint event. And we see our Ukrainians there looking for another sweep of the podium as they did in the middle distance event.
Don't discount Brittany Hudak of Canada, who was a bronze medalist 4 years ago. And what an age range we find ourselves with today, with Guo Yuji at 17 and Dekajima Momoko of Japan at 47. And it's a question, I suppose, for a young skier like Guo, whether she has the endurance to stick with the more experienced skiers over the 12.5 Ks. Certainly she can do the sprint, no problem at all. She's shown that in fine fashion. The breeze maybe has just picked up a little, but in the opening races we've seen some astonishingly accurate shooting. Lyashenko, bronze and a silver medal here already in biathlon, in the middle distance and the sprint respectively. But China didn't send biathletes to Paralympic Winter Games until 2018, 4 years ago, and already have 4 gold medals here. So the turnaround, the development, the improvement is remarkable.
It certainly is. And we're seeing some of those medalists here in this race, of course, with the Guo Yuji and Zhao Zhixing, who was bronze medalist in the sprint. That's Emily Young, the 31-year-old Canadian. 2 Canadians going here, along with Brittany Hudak. Emily Young, 7th, 8th and 5th so far in her 3 race participations on the Zhangjiakou Hill.
Don't miss the opportunity for a stretch when you're just checking the boots. And I think that's a little timing bracelet around the ankle as well. And we keep track of the athletes around the course through the various checkpoints and allowing us to get a truer picture of where everybody sits. We're just coming up to 20 minutes after midday local time. So that means we're 25 seconds away from a start. And it will be Li Huiling of China to get us away. Will be followed 20 minutes later by the men's equivalent event. So they'll be overlapping, but it'll be all good.
Women's standing race gets underway then with Li Huiling, 26 years of age, from Zhao Zhuang. pair of 9th place finishers in the Parabiathlon event so far. 10th in the women's cross-country sprint, looking to bring more joy for the host nation LW8 classification.
Abe Yorika of Japan from Fuchu. The 3rd Paralympic Winter Games for her, with cross-country top 10 results in Sochi and Pyeongchang. And biathlon, let's see what she can do today. She's had a 16th in the sprint so far.
Guo at 17, Wang Uro at 18, the youngest members of the Chinese team here going in this race. 12th, 13th and 12th thus far. Those pair of 12 places in the biathlon events, the sprint and middle distance. And listen to the noise, just helping her propel away from the start gate at the beginning of this longer distance race. 12.5 kilometres here on the circuit in the Zhangjiakou Mountains.
Nakajima Momoko at 47 years young, vast experience. She can track her Paralympic involvement back to Turin and Vancouver, Sochi, Pyeongchang. Yet to snare a medal in cross-country or biathlon, and on a right day, maybe she can. World Championship silver medalist 2017.
Perhaps the athlete with the best knowledge of these conditions and these mountains. It's Zhao Zhixing, the 24-year-old from the city of Zhangjiakou. Bronze medal in the sprint and just off the podium in the other 2 events in which she's competed here in cross-country, the sprint and long distance. What can she do here?
Guo Yuji likes to stand diagonally to the course before setting off, and away she goes at 17, also from Zhangjiakou. Well familiar with these slopes, and of course here with more ups and downs to it than for the sitting classifications earlier. Some steeper climbs. Can she go the distance?
Bogdana Konashuk goes next. First of our 5 Ukrainians in this race, unable to join the medal party for the nation of Ukraine yet. 23 finishes of 10th and 7th in the Parabiathlon events so far here. It's her 2nd game. She was there in Pyeongchang.
Now the 22-year-old from Poland, Iveta Faron, was a late withdrawal from the middle distance event, but was 5th in the sprint. And if she can shoot well, she could again be a top 5 contender. The question for her.
Two Canadians to go next, first of which is Emily Young. She's on the medal podium 4 years ago up in Alpenzia in cross-country. Silver in the mixed 4x2.5 relay. Bronze in the women's a 7.5. Also a 4th in the sprint. 5th in this long distance event. The 31-year-old from Kelowna in British Columbia.
Fellow Canadian Brittany Hudak, one of 7 in today's event who were in the equivalent event 4 years ago in Pyeongchang, and she finished 3rd. She's originally from Prince Albert, Saskatchewan, but training with some of her Canadian colleagues from out of Canmore, Alberta. Genuine contender as we go out on course now. And Li Huiling. Challenge is to just pace yourself. Kononova now.
8-time world champion Alexandra Kononova, including in the the sprint distance recently in Lillehammer. She's at 31 now, and she has a silver medal in the middle distance earlier this week. So part of the Ukrainian success story.
Yulia Batankova-Bauman will hope that experience counts for something at 38 years of age, from Kiev. And a 4th in the sprint, 5th in the middle distance. Hoping for more success for Ukraine, who topped the medal standings in the biathlon events at Zhangjiakou. Abe just a little down on the time of Lee through the first checkpoint at a kilometre. Wang almost identical with her teammate.
Yep, but just back at the start gate, the last athletes out and running, Irina Bui. Now then, she's the world champion over this distance. Those Lillehammer world champs happened just 8 or 9 weeks ago. Lyashenko, hotly fancied, goes next.
Yes, should be too, because she was a silver medalist in the sprint and a bronze in the middle distance. And she goes out as the last competitor in this field of 14 in the women's individual event.
Yep, you're watching the standing races, women's first, men to come a little later. We expect a bit of an overlap, actually. The women's race won't have finished before the men's get underway, and then rounding off the programme a little later on the last day of Parabiathlon here at Beijing 2022 will be the men's and women's vision impaired races. So Li, Xiao, Guo and Wang for China in the race, 2 for Japan, Dekijima and Abe. Poland represented by Faron Young, and Hudak for Canada, and 5 Ukrainians, Konashuk, Kononova, Batankova-Bauman, Bui and Lyashenko.
This is Konashuk coming through 16 seconds down on the time through the 1K checkpoint. So some work to do, but things can change very quickly once they come into the range, and they'll be shooting 4 times today, 5 laps, and it's nominally a 12.5 kilometre event, but it's actually a bit longer than that, more like 12.9, with each of the laps being 2,584 metres. Longer again if you miss some targets, of course. For the standing events, the penalty loops are 150 metres. Best avoided.
Zhao Zhixing coming up the hill, and then with 54, that's Dekijima. 2 Japanese in the race. Dekijima at 47 is the elder of those 2, finishes of 14th and 10th earlier in this Paralympic Winter Games week in the mountains at Zhangjiakou. 56 is at Guo Yuji. It's been a fantastic week for her. She helped carry the flag into the opening ceremony in the Bird's Nest, and then promptly followed it up with a gold medal in the sprint event. But has she got the greater endurance here, and indeed the poise required to deliver the marksmanship?
Hudak coming through. She's going to be outside that time of Zhao by some 15 seconds. If you watch carefully, you see a range of techniques, really. And I was thinking earlier, watching Guo Yuji, how she carefully watches the placement of each ski. Every moment counts with the technique. There's a close consideration for finely honed by athletes reaching this level. Kononova at over 4 minutes. That's a quick time that's been posted there by Zhao coming through. It stood up well.
Kononova, she's been going since the 2010 Paralympic Winter Games in Vancouver. 4 medals picked up there. Only 31. When you see the longevity of some of these athletes, they go on and on and on. So a German into his 50s competing in the cross country. But first visit to the shooting range is underway for Lee.
cast our minds back to the very first time we saw her shooting. She was a very nervous, edgy competitor at the range. Had a lot of trouble settling over the rifle, but not now. It's like she's matured before our eyes in the last few days, and that's a very good start for Li Guiling back out onto the course.
Yeah, and importantly, back into the race. No penalty loops required here, so if you shoot clean, you've always got a chance. That's Liashenko coming through. She's had a fabulous season on the World Cup circuit, and a silver and a bronze already here, but hotly tipped to get amongst the gold medals. Lyudmila Liashenko, the 28-year-old from Kharkiv. It's her third visit to the Paralympic Winter Games, as we see two more athletes come into the shooting range. It's Wang of China and Abe.
Oh, miss there for Wang.
Yeah. So not what she would have wanted here. Missed 5 actually in the middle distance event, having shot clear in the sprints, and 2 misses for Abe as well. So extra meters, extra energy needed to ski in the penalty laps. Still looking good for Li, who shot clear and is our race leader. And clean visits to the range for Zhao and Guo. So that's Guo back in the race. All targets hit. Well played.
Dekajima now. A miss for her. They do get some practice time in the range to familiarise themselves with the conditions and the wind, which is certainly a factor, judging by those little red flags between positions. Konashuk, who 4 years ago was 5th, only missed the 1 target in that final in Pyeongchang.
And a miss straight off the bat here for Konashuk. So off and away and into the penalty circuit. So Young coming through now. We're going to be seeing Brittany Hudak in pretty short order as well for the Canadians.
Emily Young, 7th in Pyeongchang with 2 misses.
Good clean first visit there. Up and away. Hudak shooting. So too fat on there of Poland.
Just get the feeling Hudak might well have targeted this event as the one where she could do the best. She's already had a great result back in Korea. Draw on that experience, that confidence. Shot clean in that event. Kononova. It's not a rifle that could easily be lost with the colours and decorations she's got going there, and Kononova knows how to use it too.
Yeah, missed 2 targets in the middle distance event. It was still an upgrade on that display in the sprint when she missed at 4 all told. Liashenko now. Two targets missed in each of the events so far. In no mood to mess around here, though. Lyashenko, superb there. The world champs bronze medalist Lyashenko behind Bui, who won the gold. That's a really strong, clean, fast start for her.
So Bui and Batankova-Baumann to shoot. Ferron, meanwhile, has missed 3 for Poland.
Bui was 20 from 20 in winning her middle distance gold medal, and that's an excellent start for Irina Bui again here. All targets hit, up and away, back into the race. And she'll be breathing down the neck of Lee up at the front of the field. Lyashenko has shot clean as well. Zhao, Guo, Hudak, Kononova, Young, Batankova-Baumann. Some really strong shooting.
Has to be said, it's an astonishing start made by Lyashenko, who started 30 seconds behind Bui and is now ahead of her out on the course. So she is really firing. So Lyashenko announces herself as the one to catch in the early moments of this women's individual standing event over 12.5 Ks.
Just if she can remain sharp in the range.
That's the question, always. Some seconds can certainly be made up around the course. But the real time is won and lost in the range. Abe well down on the field, and she missed a couple at that first stop. Wang won. 9 competitors went through without a miss at the first stop.
Zhao at 13-18 is our race leader at present. We'll wait for all of our athletes to come through that equivalent checkpoint, and we get a clearer idea of who's where and who needs to catch whom. Of course, the clock running differently, faster or slower for each athlete depending on their individual sporting classification. So although they're all standing athletes, there are sort of individual adjustments depending on the individual level of impairment. Plenty of racers at 95 and 96%, so not much disparity there. We've got Zhao down at 90%, 56 there, 55 coming up. That's Guo and Zhao for China in perfect synchronicity. On the heels is another Chinese athlete in Wang.
So they're used to filling positions on the podium, used to skiing in training, certainly one behind the other, and making it look like something of a dance as we go back to the start. Be the men to follow. And this field, relatively small one for the men, and just the 10.
Yep.
China, Japan, Kazakhstan, Norway, France, Ukraine. You see Benjamin Davier can do something at the tail of the field there. Vovshinsky has had a very good games. Gerlitz a contender for sure, and Mark Arentz, and China with 4 in it have to be factored in as well.
There's 7 nations coming out of the start gate here then at the start of the men's race. Davier will be last to go. Managed to get his gold in the cross-country sprint, did Davier. Sato there in the middle of your picture, oldest athlete in the field at 42, Sato Keiichi. Bib 71 is Yuan Mingshu. Finishes of 5th and 8th so far in the sprint and middle distance events respectively. So this is the 4th race to start on the last day of Parabiathlon at the 2022 Paralympic Winter Games. It's the men's individual for standing athletes. First of 4 Chinese racers to leave the block.
And three of them go at the top of the field, one after the other. Here is Li Tai-yun, who is 26 now, out of Linchang. Had a 9th in the sprint, 11th in the middle distance event. And gets the Jai-O cheer from the stands at Zhangjiakou.
As we return to the women's race, Li with her second visit to the shooting range. And it's starting to go a little bit awry here for Li Huiling. Off, 3 misses. Dearie me, she'll be dropping down the order here. So 450 extra metres to ski in the penalty circuit. At least she's made up. She hit her first and last shots, but those 3 misses have really hurt Li in this women's individual race.
Second visit of Liashenko will be crucial when it happens, as she's absolutely flown around the first 5th of the course and shot clear. So the Ukrainian making a statement early. Zhao now. He went out 5th. Had a bit of trouble settling over that 3rd shot. It does seem that the wind has picked up. Those red flags are very busy in the range, and that's a factor for the athletes to try and work around and work with.
Yeah. Li missing 3, Zhao missing 1, and Guo Yuzhi also missing on her second visit to the range. Konashuk, Dekajima and Abe just lining up with a rifle. Wang, by the way, has shot clear on her second visit, so just the 1 miss so far from her in that first visit to the range.
Konashuk. A miss at the first stop, and now 1 at the second.
Too many misses, surely, to be properly competitive here for Konashuk. That's 3 all told.
Yes, one by one they can play themselves out of the medal contention. You consider that it's 150 metres, can take them around 30 seconds to do, and it's the extra energy spent as well. As we go back to Volshinsky completing the men leaving the gate for their race in the 12.5K. Volshinsky has had a very good games. He's a gold medalist in the sprint, silver in the middle distance. On the biathlon side of things, Benjamin Davier of France. What can he do today?
Yeah, Davier disappointing in the first 2 biathlon events, just out of the medals in the sprint. He finished 6th in the middle distance. He got his gold though in the cross-country sprint. Really exciting day of racing 24 hours ago as Liashenko gets into that prone position, shooting for the 2nd time round. Oh, and she's missed.
Yeah, a little grimace there.
That's a shame for Liashenko.
Yeah, she wasn't happy. You could tell she felt that miss. She's good enough, though, to make up for it.
You mentioned the wind has picked up. It also played havoc with the shoots of Hudak and Young. So 1 miss apiece for those 2 Canadian biathletes here. Conor Nova has missed 3 times in her second visit to the range. Lee and Abe 2.
everyone who's come through to the range twice has missed at least once. So it's a different proposition to the earlier women's sitting event where there was a lot of clean shooting. But even Lyashenko, even the best, are struggling a bit later in the day. Its conditions change a little.
So there's a real window of opportunity here for Bui and Batinkova-Baumann. And Farron to visit the range as well, but she's missed 3 in her first visit. So Bui, the middle distance gold medalist, will shoot again. Everyone's missing in the circumstances, just the one miss there. Well, she'll take it. Still very much in the game here, Bui. And Batinkova-Baumann will shoot again here.
And she got them all. Well done. Just saw there with Bui, just a small point that a lot of the athletes like to take the trigger finger out of the glove to get that extra feel on the trigger. Not a lot of pressure required. And the finger goes back inside the glove as they go out around the course. And on colder days than today, that's really important. But it's still fairly mild, even if it's cooler than the last 2 or 3 days. But Batinkova-Baumann, some kind of chance now.
Yeah, well, with the greatest of respect, Batinkova-Baumann at 38 perhaps doesn't have the energy of those younger than her. She's still not the eldest in this race. That accolade goes to Dekajima, the Japanese, at 47. But we're racing here with someone at the other end of the scale, if you will, the 17-year-old Guo, with just that one miss so far. Zhao Zhixing going well for the Chinese as well. It's Konashuk there, and then behind her
in 80 there is Davier on the men's side of things. So there's a little bit more traffic on the course. The athletes need to be mindful of each other and make sure there are no collisions or falls. It's happened once or twice. Generally, though, it's been clear and clean progress for everyone as these overlapping races are completed.
So Zhao at 23.59, followed by Guo and Wang. Davier still in the middle of your picture there, 57. Konashuk, it's a good way down, hurt by her 3 misses.
Pretty much at the halfway point of the women's race. They've had 2 stops out of the 4, and halfway around the 3rd lap of 5. Hudak coming through the 6K point at 21.8 seconds behind Zhao. Looking for her to have a presence in this race, but unlike 4 years ago, she's had 1 miss. So the only athlete to shoot clear has been Batinkova-Baumann through 2 stops. Can she convert that into something on the podium?
Lyashenko digging in there. Been racing since Sochi in 2014 when the Paralympic Winter Games story started with a 5th in the women's 5K in cross country, and then there was an upgrade to a pair of bronzes in the biathlon in Pyeongchang in the sprint and middle distance. And Wang for the Chinese, just 18. They've got great potential, haven't they? Mentioned it a little earlier. Made their Nordic Sports debut at Pyeongchang 4 years ago, but 4 years on, they've really got the conditioning down to a T that has delivered this significant medal haul here, and we may be seeing more medals for China in this women's individual race for standing athletes. But The Ukrainians still fighting away, and of course the Canadians very much in that mixer as well. It's Hudak coming through the field, the 28-year-old, the bronze medalist in the long-distance cross-country race.
So through they come as the snow softens, but the competition heats up. Lioshenko, Zhao's time standing up nicely. The Zhao Jiqing, bronze medalist in the sprint, but this distance twice as far, 12.5 Ks, and that's the separation point for some of these athletes. They have the endurance or they have the sprinting ability, and few have both. And there are exceptions like Oksana Masters. He seems to be able to do everything. Bui a couple of minutes down on Lioshenko, her teammate. Lioshenko has gone out very hard. I wonder if it's been too hard.
Top shooter so far, Yulia Batinkova-Baumann. Brilliant longevity and experience. First Paralympic Winter Games was 2006 Torino, and on the podium there, 3 bronzes, a silver medal as well. She's steadily worked her way up the podium. Vancouver silver medals, Sochi silver medals, and then 4x2.5 relay in the cross-country gold in Pyeongchang.
Lioshenko coming up now behind Abe Yurika of Japan, who went out second. Lioshenko last of the 14. And we've got news now, Iveta Faron of Poland has withdrawn after 3 misses at the first stop. Another 450 metres to ski, and maybe that was too much discouragement for her. But Guo into the range for the 3rd time. One miss.
Yeah, 4 out of 5, same as her second visit. Well, perhaps the energy will be there because of those 17 years. They'll be full of beans, of course, but would have wanted not to have to ski further than absolutely necessary. Zhao. 1 miss so far.
Good job from Zhao. Able to comfortably hold her breath for quite a while, finding the target and then pulling the trigger. And athletes say that at this altitude, the oxygen debt creeps up on you quite quickly. Some of the longer events are saying that their head's spinning really, as they're not used to this height above sea level, but well managed there. Hudak needs the lot.
Nicely done inside the time of Zhao then, leaving the 3rd visit to the shooting range. Lioshenko, yeah, just the 1 miss so far. Nice and clean there. Very much in the hunt.
Feels like she's 3/4 of the way to the finish she's craving. Lioshenko, that's the 1 miss. And at 28, well, she's going to be well under the time of Zhao as she comes past the checkpoint there. 1:34 in front. Unbelievable, Lioshenko. If she can maintain this pace, this poise, then the race is hers, surely. And dominantly so. It's really the difference between Lioshenko and the rest of the field. Amazing. Nakajima in 54, leaving the shooting area, and 59 there, Emily Young. We go back to Abe. of Japan. Has had a bad first couple of visits. Makes up for it with a third somewhat, but 5 targets missed. It's a lot of extra skiing. She'll be wondering how she missed 5 when she shot 5 out of 5 with the third visit, but that's the unpredictability of it all. It's Lyashenko with the race in her hands, and the others have to do something extraordinary, or she would have to fail multiple times at the last shoot to give the race to somebody else. Bui will come in now, having had just the 1 miss at the second stop. In this classification of arm impairments, they're allowed to use that rest to support the rifle. Cover Baumann now. Can she maintain this perfect record? Job.
Brilliant shooting again from Batinkova Baumann. She won't have the speed, I'm afraid, in this ski, but quite unerring in the shooting range for the veteran athlete at 38. Still, it's Lyashenko who is absolutely destroying the rest of the field in this women's individual race. Run over 12.5 kilometres.
Back out on the course with Zhao Zhiqing. Is Batinkova Baumann one of the athletes who was in the field 4 years ago? She finished 11th behind Lyashenko, who that day was 10th. So this would be a huge turnaround in fortunes if Lyashenko can get it done 4 years later. Quality has diminished somewhat in the last 48 hours. Around eastern China, the weather conditions have changed quite a bit. Zhao, well, that's a little misleading until we get Lyashenko coming through. Doesn't mean too much. Hudak, bronze medalist in Pyeongchang. It's a nice, easy rhythm. Never looks like it's too much effort. He's got a nice technique. You see the lead of Lyashenko over Zhao. Romping through the field, about to overtake Brittany Hudak.
Konashuk way down. Lyashenko remains leading Ukrainian here, and it's looking very, very good for Lyudmila and Lyashenko.
Yes, Ukraine now in the biathlon competition with 5 gold medals to China's 4, United States 3. But in terms of total medals coming into this race, 17 for Ukraine and People's Republic of China 10. Significant difference there in the totals. And Lyashenko wants to add here.
5 golds for Ukraine in there as well to China's 4. And Canada on the board with 4 medals also. So, Hudak.
Lyashenko closing in on the Canadian. No sign of a breakdown in her style or technique. Looks to have plenty of stamina left.
Yeah, minute 30 here is the cushion. So it'll take a disastrous last visit to the range, really, to deny Lyashenko, who would thus complete the set here. A silver in the sprint, bronze in the middle distance, the lowest on the podium from Ukraine in that Ukrainian sweep in the middle distance race earlier in this Para-Nordic Sports Week in Beijing. Back with Zhao Zhixing, the 24-year-old. It's going well for China. Provisional second at present. The bronze medalist in the sprint event, the one who is from Zhangjiakou, just down the road. So was trained here.
Here comes Brittany Hudak, lining up for another medal finish. This seems to be the event that suits her best. Lyashenko not taking too many metres out of Hudak at this stage of the race. Getting down towards the business end, though. One more stop to come. Really important 5 shots for the contenders. The sort of hazy, misty day that it is in Zhangjiakou and down in the Chinese capital of Beijing as well.
We wouldn't have believed it, looking at the conditions from 24 hours ago. Blazing sunny skies up here in the mountains. It's a far more wintry atmosphere here on the last day of the biathlon events at Beijing 2022. Guo with 2 misses so far. Goes out with a bang, 5 from 5 on her last visit to the shooting range, so has to really put a shift in to get up anything close approaching to Lyashenko.
Well, Guo could be anything in 4 years' time, couldn't she? Already a gold medalist. Seems to have the composure. Looks unfazed in the heat of competition. All solid competitors. It's the busy scene around the shooting range as the team officials bring forward the rifle for their particular athlete to their particular lane.
Lee exiting the range, having shot clear.
Flags in the range not quite so active at the moment. Will this make it easier for Zhao? It's a completely counterintuitive thing to have to do. Your body's hurting, and the last thing it wants you to do is stop breathing, but that's what you have to do to get away an accurate shot. And that's well done there, and Brittany Hudak leaves, but she's missed one there. And that will hurt her chances of securing that bronze medal, perhaps. Lyashenko now. And has missed one. Will that make any difference, or is her lead too big? Probably the latter. Well, to miss a couple and probably win, as she seems likely to do now, that tells you how quick she's been today. Konashuk a better shoot with her last stop, but 5 misses overall for the Ukrainian. We'll see her out of the medals.
Yeah, a bit too late for Konashuk.
extraordinarily fast from Kononova there. Well, it's that easy sometimes. Not always. Emily Young.
She's hit 19 from 20 all in. A sharp shooting from Emily Young. She might be on the edge here if she can produce a strong finish. That's Young. Bib 59 up and away, back in the race.
These are the final games for Dekajima at 47. You retired a long time, and maybe she wants to keep going. Good final shoot from Wang Ro.
Yeah, she's missed just one all in, but hasn't quite got the speed. So that's Dekajima up and away. Here's Irina Bui. One miss so far.
Sneaking up on Hudak's exit time. Needs these to be good, the last two. All right, got some serious racing to do on the last lap. And she's trying. Well, look at the scoreboard, will tell her what she needs to do. Abe. Just getting 2 of the last 5. That's a demoralising triple circuit of the penalty loop.
To any one of our athletes to have not missed a shot yet. Batinkova Baumann. Going out with a bang here. Absolutely impeccable shooting from Batinkova Baumann. She hasn't got the speed, but still a fabulous display of marksmanship.
There's Brittany Hudak. Chance of a medal if she can keep it together over this final lap. Coming through 11 Ks of 12.5 total race distance. Hudak has got Guo covered, but it's the likes of Lyashenko she needs to worry about.
Look at the lead. Best part of 2 minutes at present as the chasers come through the equivalent checkpoint. Kilometre and a half to go of this 12.5 race. Looking very, very good for Lyashenko. Zhao in pursuit. Hudak 2.
Zhao's in a strong position to claim second. Good separation between Zhao and Hudak on the clock. Lyashenko looking very safe.
Yeah.
Looks like we've got our medalists settled, really.
The advantage shaved down to over the 30 seconds, 36 seconds, but still plenty of cushion there for Lyudmila Lyashenko of Ukraine, and she's all set to complete the medal set here at Beijing as Lee pushes on, and then that's Hudak in behind. Could be another medal for Brittany Hudak. So that 11.5 checkpoint, that denotes 1 kilometre of this race to go.
Gold and a bronze so far for Canada in biathlon events. Hudak looking to add something. Lyashenko, handsome margin over the Canadian, not quite so much over Guo. Zhao at least. Zhao is coming through ahead of Hudak and behind Lyashenko. There's 43 seconds down. So that's too much to make up in what's left of this race.
Yep, Zhao just tiring a bit now towards the end of this 12.5K. The last para-biathlon races for these standing skiers at Beijing 2022. And 2 more races to come a little bit later, by the way, men's and women's vision impaired category. But could well be another medal for Hudak. She was 3rd in the long distance cross country event. That was superb for Canada, by the way. They had gold and bronze in that race. It's superb at the moment for Ukraine, pushing on and looking likely to bag gold medal number 6 in the para-biathlon events here at these Paralympic Winter Games. Lyashenko in control at the head of the field.
So plastic guarded fence is a long flat stretch before there's a tight downhill left-hand turn to take. Zhao should have enough left in the tank to secure 2nd position behind Lyashenko, and then it's Hudak and Young of Canada. And the fans in the stands starting to get excited about the finish. They'd like it to be a Chinese victory. Well, Guo will come down to the line and post a time to beat, but it will be beaten. 50.04.4.
Well, that's our reference mark set by the sprint gold medalist. Absolutely spent, as you would imagine. And whatever happens from here on in, it's already been a career-defining moment, really announcing herself on the scene, the 17-year-old. And now Lee comes in. She's going to be 4 minutes down.
And we've got Brittany Hudak coming in for all she's worth, trying to make sure that nothing happens to the bronze medal position she's had her eye on for some time now. So she will, for the moment, take top spot. Hudak of Canada. They'll be cheering for her back in Saskatchewan, the town of Prince Albert, where she's originally from. But Lyashenko has got that time well covered. And is she the gold medalist? Almost certainly. Lyashenko.
To complete the set, silver and bronze at these games now. The gold just about to be draped around her neck. That 2nd Winter Paralympic Games gold medal. Clubhouse leader, but she'll be comfortable here as we see the finish from Zhao. So the Chinese athlete can't get near Lyashenko. 47.22 the winning time, and Zhao is going to come in 44 seconds down. Lyashenko, Zhao and Hudak here, the 1, 2 and 3.
Well, that should settle it for the medals. Ukraine, China and Canada. Athletes further down the field or who started later don't look like they'll have an impact on this, and Lyashenko looks well pleased with the outcome. It's another gold for Ukraine. It'll be their 6th in biathlon. Konashuk across in 6th place, 7:31 down on a teammate. course, this means a tremendous amount to the Ukrainian athletes who've come here under great duress, emotional stress. Koronova, in sixth.
And Serge Young, fourth, 49.55. Well, in the end, she was 50 seconds away from her compatriot Hudak. But it really is all about Lyashenko.
Lyashenko had it all covered. Yes, there were a couple of misses, but was too quick for the field. Bui comes in, just missing the medals, 150.9 behind Lyashenko.
Just 9 seconds away from Hudak as well in the final shake-up there, Bui. But she did it. She had the race in control. The world champs bronze medalist comes to the Winter Paralympic Games and takes off the crown in the women's individual standing event.
Let's focus now on the men's event. Also over 12.5 kilometres. Davier of France, Marc Orens of Canada, and Grigory Vovchinsky. Getting towards the back end of this race. And Davier.
Yeah, he's the only athlete to shoot clear thus far, Davier. Excellent shooting in the range. He's just got better and better the deeper we've got into these Paralympic Winter Games. It's Benjamin Davier. Didn't happen at all for him in the earlier biathlon events, but
I saw a little fist pump there from him. That was the last stop, and he shot clear, and he's had a look and realised how much in front he is, and he go, okay, and let's just bring it home. And it's early to be celebrating, but maybe he's entitled to. Gerlitz of Kazakhstan has had a couple of misses.
Gerlitz there, he won the bronze in the middle distance event. So Marc Orens is challenging for the medals. He's had an excellent game so far. 79 there is Vovchinsky. Just at one miss on his third visit to the shooting range. The Ukrainian comes in to shoot at the last 5 targets here in this 12.5K race.
That's efficient shooting, isn't it, from Vovchinsky? Go out once more and complete the race. Another 2.5 Ks to go. And perhaps he can ski into the medals for Ukraine once more. Behind him there in 74 is Sato Keiichi of Japan. Vovchinsky, one of those Ukrainian athletes, happy to open up about what competing here means to him and his teammates and how important it is to be representing Ukraine. Mixed feelings about being here, but having decided to come, they're doing a good job, competing well. Yuan, China, well outside Davier's time. Davier's just romping through this astonishingly one-sided event. This men's individual standing biathlon. Zarentz for Canada. Well, 2:39 looks good, but Davier has got him well covered. When the Frenchman comes through, it'll be a different story. At the 11K mark, just 1,500 metres to go for Davier, and he's 2 minutes 15 ahead of Arends.
Yeah, he's finally got it right, hasn't he, in the Parabiathlon?
Well, he's taking the congratulations around the course from the team. He's, whoa, it doesn't get any better than this.
Toasty.
Yes.
The sprint champion in cross country, but outside the medals thus far in the biathlon. He was 4th in the sprint, 6th in the middle distance. He had a nightmare at the shooting range, missed 4 targets in the middle distance race, but he's got his eye in today. Benjamin Davier is absolutely smashing it. Here's Gerlitz for Kazakhstan, the 32-year-old who's running at a 95% effective time and outside the medals. Look at that, almost 5.5 minutes down on the Frenchman Davier's time, but Marc Arends is chasing another medal here, the 32-year-old.
Well, they're about to flip positions, aren't they, from 4 years ago? Marc Arends, the gold medalist, Davier, the silver. Ulset of Norway was the bronze medalist that time, and Vovshinsky was 4th.
Well, Davier comes through that equivalent checkpoint, 2:17. Talk about a cushion. Well, he can think about the celebration now and ease up. Knows that he's got this one in the bag. Davier of France.
Here is Ulset, Pyeongchang bronze medalist. Doesn't look to have a top 3 finish in him today, the veteran Norwegian.
Well, he's had some fun, hasn't he, at the Winter Games. And Nils-Erik Ulset been winning medals for 2 decades now, but this is the man of the moment. It's Davier of France, unerring in the shooting range, hasn't missed a shot today, and all out on his own, the champion for France here. Going to do it again.
Doesn't happen often, but it can happen in biathlon, that you find yourself with a lap to ski and no one can get near you, and it becomes a joyful last few minutes, just soaking it up, what it all means. And that's what it's to be for Davier. Wu will come down to the line with the time to beat, but 42.52.9, it's not going to hold up.
That's our reference time. Watch our later finishers come in and post numbers in green, and it'll be a significant margin for Benjamin Davier. 3 golds in Pyeongchang 4 years ago, and he's going to have a second here in Beijing. So Marc Arends comes up to the line. 42.52.9 the reference time so far. Arends is going to absolutely destroy that.
Yeah, by 2:39, his factored time 40:13. 4 years ago, his calculated time was 42:52. So it's a good showing from Marc Arends yet again. But here's the man, Benjamin Davier of France. Victory coming his way. And it's just a casual stroll to the line, if you will. He's taken care of business today. And Arends will come over and congratulate him. Too good, my friend. Really, is it that easy? If you good enough it can be on your day, and it's certainly Davier's day.
Second gold of these games. The sprint champion in cross country, gold medalist here in the individual biathlon. Gerlitz 5:18 away, so off the podium at present. We wait and see what Wowczynski can do over the last few corners of this circuit, but it's Davier who's done it. Fabulous, formidable, France.
Lee comes in, 7 minutes down, provisionally 5th. Wowczynski not far away, he's just had the one miss. Likewise for Sato.
So 42, 52.9, and he's going to do it. It's going to be another medal for Wowczynski, the sprint champion, the middle distance silver medalist, and it's going to be bronze for Wowczynski. Chalk another medal up for Ukraine, France, Canada and Ukraine here in the men's individual race for standing athletes. We've got finishers still to come in. Sato, Yuan Wu, Nils-Erik Ulset. Sato in the 45s. That puts him provisionally 7th. But this was a stroll in the snow, really, for Benjamin Davier, our champion in the men's individual.
Well, you can only hope to make it as comfortable and as easy and straightforward as Davier made it today, but with 20 out of 20 in the range, that's the platform on which this victory was built. Well, yeah, of course, that is the smile of a winner.
Oh, bah comme ça, tu me traînes pour le premier tour.
Allez, on n'a pas de chance avec vous autres. Peut-être pour le bronze, peut-être. On verra avec les Norvégiens.
Ouais, c'est ça en fait. Il faudra voir ce que les autres nations font un peu.
C'est pas le même Norvège.
Toi, tu ferais quoi, les deux en poussée?
Ouais, il va faire les deux en ski.
Ah ouais.
Wowczynski into 3rd, Arentz of Canada 2nd. We'll have recognition ceremonies coming up shortly at Zhangjiakou for women's and men's races. Yes. Individual standing.
Ah, mais de toute façon, il a le meilleur temps des deux manches.
Il est devant, 500e, allez.
Allez,
Oh, les ports. Oh, le port. Allez. Allez, loulou. Allez. C'est bon, ça.
Great moments there as Davier enjoys his victory. Yuan then, best part of 9 minutes behind Davier's time of 37:58.9. That puts the Chinese athlete in 8th place here. Nils-Erik Ulset and Wu also yet to finish.
So Wu comes in 11:32 down on Davier's time. There's 5 misses, a real handbrake on his chances today.
Si t'es pas dans les boîtes, tu peux relancer. La pause de touche, c'était en
And Ulset, the last man standing. Well, he's had a terrific Winter Paralympics career. 38 now, Nils-Erik Ulset. Been competing since Torino 2006. He's been a world champion in both cross-country and biathlon as Ulset. Individual champion back in Vancouver. But, he's had to make way for younger, fresher talents in the intervening years.
He can really, at least in terms of cross-country, trace it all the way back to Salt Lake. And 2 wins there in the 10K and the long distance. 2002, 20 years. Lights are on. It's only early afternoon, just after 1:30 local time, as Ulset makes his way down towards the finish.
And great to hear the cheers of the crowds, perhaps one last time at the Paralympic Winter Games for Nils-Erik Ulset, our last finisher in the individual event.
Well, perhaps it is too, because of the applause seeing there coming from Arends and Davier. Well, that's a Paralympic moment right there. Enormous respect thrown the way of Ulset from the gold and silver medalists. Also from Sato of Japan. Maybe that is it. Maybe they know something that hasn't been disclosed to the rest of us about Ulset. But whatever way you slice it, a big win for Benjamin Davier of France, Mark Arends of Canada, Grigory Vovchinsky of Ukraine. There you're 1, 2, 3 in the men's individual standing over 12.5 Ks.
So go back then to see our confirmed finishers in the women's individual. Lyashenko, Zhao and Hudak, gold, silver and bronze respectively. Big win for Lyashenko, just racking up another gold medal for Ukraine. And we'll shortly see the recognition ceremony. Well, Zhao just enjoying her moments. Another is getting used to it. Another medal for Zhao Zhixing. And the bronze in the sprint too.
In this event showed her intentions early. She went out very hard, very fast. No misses in the first stop, and then it was hers to lose after that, and even a miss in the final shoot had little impact on the outcome, winning it by 44 seconds from Zhao, and Hudak a clear third. She had some 9 seconds up her sleeve. Back to Bui in fourth.
Great smile there, being worn by Brittany Hudak. Bronze also in the cross-country long distance race. Another medal for Canada. And Zhao on the podium again.
Excellent shooting from Zhao, just the one miss at the second shooting stop.
One miss more, Liashenko, but that didn't matter. She was lightning quick in this ski and has the gold medal in the women's individual here for standing athletes. Sixth gold medal for Ukraine in the biathlon events at Beijing 2022.
It's a quiet, restrained celebration from Liashenko. Distract us from the quality of the performance. Liashenko just too good in both aspects of the biathlon, particularly her speed around the course, very impressive. Shui Rongrong, the mascot. Prize at this stage, medals to come soon.
Coming soon, very soon indeed, the recognition ceremony at the end of the men's individual. Well, both are champions in the individual event. The men and the women's standing categories absolutely blitzed the opposition, didn't they? Lyashenko was a dominant winner in the women's race. And what about Davier? 2:14, the margin of his victory over Mark Arends. Oh, full of beans, and you don't blame him. He's loving it.
4 years previously, Arends beat Davier by 58 seconds. That's a pretty good margin, but 2:14 is something else again. Sports people dream of the perfect performance. Davier might struggle to better what he's just shown us today. Half a dozen backing up from the field of Pyeongchang. Arends, Davier, Nils-Erik Olseth we saw finishing for Norway. Vovchinski, bronze medalist today. Also Alexander Gerlitz and Sato Keiichi. They too were racing 4 years ago.
Well, it's a 10th Paralympic Winter Games medal for Grigory Vovchinski. His 4th here in Beijing. His 2nd bronze. Second for Arends, just drops down. He was top of the podium in Pyeongchang, but they flipped it, Davier and Arends, and this time in Beijing it is the Frenchman Benjamin Davier who celebrates a dominant performance and a quite wonderful gold medal in the men's individual.
A couple of gold medals in Pyeongchang for Davier in biathlon, sprint and middle distance, and in cross country, in the relay. And he's backing it up 4 years later with these great performances. He draws in his teammates. He's a boss of the washout there. Never mind the height difference. He's standing tall today. Has not stopped smiling since he crossed the line, I'm sure.
Great.
Vovchinski and Arends on the podium in each of the 3 para-biathlon events here for the standing athletes. Davier, the cross-country gold medalist in the sprint race, gets in on the act here in the biathlon.
A sense of relief too. This is the end of their competition program for biathletes. There's still cross-country events on the schedule, but he's seen somebody he wants to come and say hello to. Breaking a little bit with protocol. That's all right. It's all done. No one's going to get upset with him, I'm sure. Still have races to come. We've got the vision impaired individual events, women and men. We hope you'll be around for those. They're not far away. It's 15 minutes or so.
最好，所以我们做了门道菜，我做了门面。把这里的空间很重要，周围的人可以自由的把它接到。难道只有残障人士才需要文化吗？我觉得这样的其实是每个人、每个家庭都会遇到的，不仅是当老的时候、受伤的时候。对孩子的时候，我们拿很重的时候，无障碍其实是大家一个电子使用方式，不仅是残障人需要，它是一种每个人价值观同理心。我觉得其实可以再细心一点、用心一点。东方会最大的影响就是把这些好的东西透过孩子一代的孩子的参与。他们体验到我们的生活当中是最重要的。
16 medal events down in biathlon at the 2022 Paralympic Winter Games. Just 2 to go in the vision impaired category. The women's and men's races are on the way here, run over 12.5 kilometres. It's sure to be a fitting finale to what's been a tremendous 3 days of competition, and certainly a thrilling last day with dominant displays to bag more gold medals a little earlier by Lyashenko for Ukraine, Liu Mengtao for China, Benjamin Davier for France in the men's standing. But we're going to look forward here to the 12.5K for VI athletes, starting with the women's event here. And we're going to see China again versus Ukraine, Austria in there, 3 Germans on the start line, and Shishkova, the dominant Ukrainian athlete, the champion in the sprint event. But don't discount the Germans there. That's Rechtenwald, who'll be looking to get up amongst the medals. Kazmaier and Walter have taken the headlines so far, written the headlines so far for Germany at 2 degrees above. On an overcast day at Zhangjiakou, the floodlights are on. Lights, camera, action, if you will, in the women's individual vision impaired race.
The field bears little resemblance to that of 4 years ago, with the notable exception of Oksana Shishkova, who was the silver medalist in Pyeongchang, will come in as a warm favourite here. There is the field led out by Yang Shanru of China, Tkachenko of Ukraine, the Austrian Karina Edlinger, who's picked up a gold medal in the cross-country sprint, and the strong German contingent, and Shishkova to go out last. Kazmaier, Rechtenwald and Walter of Germany, and a young trio it is too, 15, 20 and 18 years of age. So emerging stars for sure with the German trio. It's great to see them here, and so obviously enjoying the competition and the opportunity. The smiles never far from the faces of those athletes. And Edlinger, well, we'll unfold the story for you during the race, but the Austrian has had a very mixed time here, but it's come good. Can she go the distance in this event? Well, let's just watch and see.
Yeah, Edlinger, the sprint champion, blitzed it, beat Shishkova and Kazmaier on that occasion. Walter, now then, she has a bronze in the sprint event, guided by Permin Strecker. Also a bronze medalist in the long-distance cross-country race. And it will be really interesting to see who goes out with a bang here. But Edlinger, the 23-year-old Austrian, mixed is absolutely right. A dreadful first day in the shooting range, and she had her problems in the cross-country as well, but absolutely brilliant on her last race day. So can she do it here for the Austrians? About to get underway, 4 nations represented, 7 athletes on the start line, starting with the Chinese Yang Shanru.
Still about 40 seconds away from the start, if things get away on time, as they almost always do here in Zhangjiakou. Gee, it's a good facility and it's well run. Really, Zhang Shanru maybe not much of a chance against the field we've got here. There's Leonie Walter, a gold and 2 bronze medals for the young German. Watch also as we get through the race whether Edlinger manages to lose her guide occasionally. She's too quick. They've got an interesting tactic between them. But here we go. Young to lead us off.
Just 20, Yang Shanru from Shandong, 7th in the cross-country sprint. A pair of 5th place finishes in the biathlon sprint and middle distance race. has the advantage of going off first here. Yang Shanru, and of course we shouldn't fail to mention the guides as well. Yu Hongsung will play his bit, as will Nikulin for Tkachenko next to go.
So Tkachenko takes it out for Ukraine, a 26 from Biathlon in Ukraine. He's had a couple of sixth-place finishes and hoping to do a little bit better today. Has been to World Championships already. Get a taste of that level of competition. First Paralympic Winter Games, though, for Tkachenko.
The 23-year-old from Salzburg, Karina Edlinger, gold medal winner in the cross-country sprint. Second Paralympic Winter Games. There's a bronze in the cross-country 7.5K in Pyeongchang. In terms of recent form, she was 10th in the middle distance at the Lillehammer World Champs just 8.5 weeks ago.
Kazmaier, only 15 years of age, from Freiburg, and 2 silver medals and a bronze already. What a prospect she is. And has been to World Championships also, but we're seeing someone to consider in future years, already gathering great results as our teammates.
Yeah, Johanna Rechtenwald close to adding to the medal haul for Germany. 4th in the middle distance race. 20-year-old from Freiburg, first taste of the Paralympic Winter Games, but she's been racing at World Champs since 2019, where she has a bronze in the individual. That was 3 years ago in Prince Edward Islands.
Every reason to think that Leonie Volter and guide Permin Strecker might do something special here. They've got a gold medal in the middle distance event. This one a little bit longer, and might need some help from Shishkova to have a problem or two, but certainly in medal contention is Volter once more. She's only 18 years of age.
And last to go for Ukraine, Oksana Shishkova with Andrei Marchenko guiding her. Silver medalist from Pyeongchang, and already 4 medals here in Beijing. She won the sprint, she won the cross-country long distance, so she can do it over the range of events here, plus those 2 silvers also in cross-country. That was in the sprint and in the middle distance biathlon event. So they are underway here, all our competitors, in the penultimate gold medal race in para-biathlon at Beijing 2022. This is the women's individual for vision impaired athletes.
6 of the 7 have a 99% time factoring. They're in the B2 vision impaired category, except for Lynn Kazmaier, who's B3, so 100% of her time will count as we watch Shishkova negotiate this gentle incline out of the start-finish area, setting out after Leonie Volter. And it'll be all about shooting range, of course. And if you've not watched vision impaired biathlon before, then you'll be intrigued to see how it's done with a rifle that emits a tone. The higher the tone, the closer the rifle is to being aimed at the target, and the athletes will shoot accordingly. Edlinger in 93 today. She's got her guide dog with her here in China, and said that she wouldn't have come if Riley, the dog, couldn't come with her. And Riley was the first to comfort her when she broke down in earlier events. So she had 2 DNFs, and she said, as long as I get a cuddle from the dog, everything can be okay. But she's had some serious mobility issues, and the medical team have been working hard to get her right, and they did so to prepare her for the sprint, which she ultimately won. So it's a lovely story and some great pictures, and I encourage you to go looking for the medal ceremony where Riley is the star of the show, really, when she got that gold medal. But let's see if she can do it again.
Pachenko from Yang at that first checkpoint, a kilometre into this 12.5 race. So Edlinger moving up to the head of the field. And we mentioned it a little earlier, it's been such a mixed bag so far for Karina Edlinger. An athlete who doubles up across the cross-country and biathlon events when she's really flying. You see her just push past the guides. In my groove, she says, and I'm going to lead from the front. We'll see how things will transpire here. This is Kazmaier at 15, just an absolutely frightening prospect. What can she go on and achieve? The athlete who has to take time out from her studies to compete internationally, but what a start in the making, and 3 medals in the locker already, a pair of silvers and a bronze in the cross-country sprint for Lynn Kazmaier. It was only in Lillehammer just a few short weeks ago where she made a big international competition debut at those World Champs. Out of the medals there in cross-country and biathlon, but comes to the Paralympic Winter Games and promptly gets on the podium. Absolutely brilliant.
This is where the guides really need to work hard to make sure there are no racing incidents. There's 3 quite close to each other there, and Shishkova is starting to make her way through the field. She's got past Walter and Young, and she's in 92, Oksana Shishkova. As we mentioned, the curious racing method of Karina Edlinger and her guide, Lawrence Lampel. Sometimes he's in front and sometimes behind. I actually think now, having watched a few of the races, that this is just the way they do it. And that's all fine as long as it doesn't create any chaos out on the course, and it's not done that. So now at the trailing end of the field, Kazmaier there and Volta. And, Shishkova is gobbling them up. But there are 4 stops at the range to be negotiated. 93 is Edlinger. And Lampel, the guide, back to a leading position.
Kachenko leading that chasing pack there in behind Karina Edlinger, who is out ahead. Just the one more race to get underway before the Parabiathlon is wrapped up here at Beijing 2022. We have a weekend stacked full of cross-country races, and that's to come, but it's been a fitting finale to the Parabiathlon events here, with some spectacular racing and some really dominant performances earlier in the Zhangjiakou Mountains here. Just wonder what can be produced with a really strong field here in the women's VI category. So it's Shishkova provisionally top. We know that she's going to be strong. She won the sprint event. Did Shishkova shot clear. Was down in the silver medal position in the middle distance. Missed 2 targets. It's Edlinger coming through at 1.5K at 5.42, but we're going to see things level out a bit when they come into the shooting range for the first time.
So Edlinger taking the inside run compared to her guide there, Lawrence Lampel. She looks all right. She said when she had to withdraw from the earlier races, it was a genuine low point of her sporting career. She just could not move, and some neck tightness and mobility issues to be sorted through. It's remarkable, really, that she's come back and has raced as well as she has.
Yeah, it was the sprint event, wasn't it? She had an absolute disaster in the first visit to the range and pretty much threw the towel in. So 4 misses, and that was that. Focused then on the challenges ahead, and it's proved to be the right decision.
So Edlinger being directed to her lane. So we'll just allow you to listen in to how the shooting works with the tone being emitted from the rifle, and we hear what the athlete hears through her headphones. Yeah, 3 misses, unfortunately, for Edlinger. That's a bad first stop. Meanwhile, Kazmaier is shot clear.
Yeah, that's back to the pain of the first visit to the range in the sprint for Edlinger, I'm afraid. Kazmaier has stolen a march here. Now Kachenko shooting.
Well done. Got it done.
Schischkova, Walter and Rechtenwald in the range now. Clean on the first visit. She's missed just 2 shots all week as Schischkova, and at the start she wanted here.
Rechtenwald has missed 1. Edlinger, as we witnessed, 3. It's been good for Schischkova, Kazmaier, Tashenko and Young.
Fine start as well for Walter. So Walter has shot clean. Schischkova 2. Kazmaier also. Kachenko and Yang. It's Edlinger with those 3 misses, who immediately drops to the bottom of the pack, and Rechtenwald with 1 missed target as well has done her medal chances no good whatsoever, but still not as problematic as Edlinger. So Schischkova with Marchenko guiding her leads then from Kazmaier and Walter.
4 years ago, Schischkova had a different guide, Vitaly Kazakov, but it's all working out pretty well for her, working with Andrei Marchenko. 2 gold and 2 silver. Here with Jani Volta, though. And Perman Strecker.
Front of the field, it's Oksana Schischkova. There was talk of sweeping gold medals here in the VI. Hasn't quite panned out that way. Those silvers in the biathlon middle distance and the cross-country sprint, but still a massively impressive haul. 91 there, that's Yang and Schischkova.
So Young and Guard just moving off to the right of the course to make sure there's a clear way through for Schischkova. That's good management. And then coming up on Tachenko. Racing incident there. The Ukrainians sure to keep out of each other's way. 94 and 93, Kazmaier and Edlinger. Edlinger, if she has a bad second shoot, I just wonder if she'll persist. It's to miss 3 at the first stop is almost a race-ending failure.
Ja. Und wir gehen nach rechts. 3, 2.
Anyway, she's making her way around the course well enough at the moment.
So 3.5K then. That's the latest checkpoint. Kazmaier pushing on for the Germans. 6 medals in para biathlon for the German squad here this week in Beijing. Kazmaier has come through with that big lead thanks to Edlinger's problems in the first visit to the shooting range.
5 of the 7 competitors did hit 5 out of 5 with that first visit. Just a couple of days of competition left with cross-country events at Zhangjiakou, and can't come soon enough for the sake of the course, at least, as these mild conditions continue to make it difficult to keep it. Oh, what's going on here with Young? Is she all right? Oh, no. The arm went to the shoulder, the hand at least. Young Chanru seems to be okay. Shishkova.
Yeah, racing with the Ukrainians. Been a steady progression in her Paralympic Winter Games career. She first competed as a teenager at Vancouver in 2010 and has slowly worked her way up the steps on the podium. There were bronze medal finishes in Sochi, and then the silvers in Pyeongchang, and then the champion performance in the middle distance event. A more than accomplished cross-country skier as well. Gold in the mixed 4x2.5 in Pyeongchang. 2 World Championship titles in cross-country, 2 World Championship gold medals in biathlon as well. Massively accomplished across the 2 Nordic disciplines. Oksana Shishkova.
Not far away from the start also in the men's vision impaired race. There'll be a field of 7 also, with Ukraine strongly represented. They've got 4 out of the 7. Be a major shock if they didn't pick up a couple there.
Yeah, completely. And what a games they've had for all sorts of reasons. 6 gold medals in the para biathlon for Ukraine, with a potential 2 more to come. 8 silvers, 5 bronzes. An absolutely magnificent haul. 19 in total then. 8 ahead of China, the next on the medals list.
Shishkova coming through a little bit quicker at that checkpoint than Kazmaier, so Ukrainian has got it all on track so far.
Field a little bit bunched. As been mentioned earlier, there is the possibility of traffic, clip skis, catching a crab, they call it in rowing, don't they? You want to make sure that you're clear of all your competitors, and of course the guide with that slog up the hill. And Shishkova enjoying this big lead. And she wants another gold medal, the champion in the sprint event. Shishkova, and the long distance, the cross-country race delivered more joy for Oksana Shishkova.
Young Chanru doing their absolute best to hold on to the group in front. We'll turn our attention back to the starting area because the men's event is about to get underway.
Yep, this is going to be our last race in the para biathlon here at Beijing 2022, the men's VI. There's 3 nations here with 7 competitors going off. First of them will be Dang Haisong of the host nation China. 2 in the race from China, Xin Haiyang leading Dang off here. B2 sporting classification for the 22-year-old, a pair of 8th place finishes in the sprint and middle distance event.
Compared to other events, this is quite a small field for the men. Pavel Gil, the 23-year-old from Beijing in Poland, he's 12th place in the sprint, 10th in the middle distance. And the first Paralympic Winter Games for him, as we'll go back out to Kazmaier at the range in the women's event. Clear with the first shoot. She's mastered that at such a young age. Brilliant shooting from Kazmaier. In the hunt for the medals, absolutely. She's 10 out of 10. Shishkova to come in with a handy margin in front.
Shot clean in the sprint event, Shishkova. Pair of misses in the middle distance, it dropped her down. So that was the silver medal race. She finished behind Walter. Out of 10, that'll do. Good stuff there from Shishkova. Kazmaier also shooting clean. Now it's Walter.
Good job again from Walter. Rechtenwald, meanwhile, has had a second miss, so that's one at each of the first two shoots. Young is in the range. And Tkachenko.
Took her a while before releasing on that last shot there, and has failed to go clear in the second visit to the range. So Yang with one miss. I think she's struggling a bit physically, isn't she? Still looks to be moving a little problematically. Maybe still an issue with that right shoulder. So Yang has missed, and Tkachenko as well.
Just wondering though if we've got a withdrawal of Edlinger, because she's not appeared in the range, and she was in the pack, and there's been no sign of her for the second shoot, so we could have a DNF for Edlinger again. A sad story, that one, but occasionally not so sad, but today maybe it's another can't finish the race. Shishkova out on the course. Heading Kazmaier, Volta, Rechtenwald, Tachenko and Yang.
Looks in good shape here, does Shishkova. As ever, the challenge is to maintain the pace and then keep that ability to lower the heart rate when you visit the shooting range. But all targets hit so far for Oksana Shishkova. Likewise, Kazmaier and Walter Rechtenwald with a pair of misses. And Tachenko and Yang have dropped off the pace also. 92 at the back, that is Tachenko, second Ukrainian in this race, the 26-year-old. B2 sporting classification, 8th, 6th, 6th and 5th so far. That best finish came in the long distance race for Natalia Tachenko.
Anatoly Kovalevsky in the men's race nearby. So they've all got away in the men's event. Kovalevsky just pushing through. The German. Kazmaier, really an impressive athlete. Can't wait to see the progress she makes over the next few years. Could really be a dominant figure in Milana Cortina if she sticks with it. Shishkova, meantime, has got Kazmaier covered, and a minute ahead of Volta.
They're changing of the guard, really, with the likes of Kazmaier and Walter. Shishkova was the teenage prodigy at one time a day. Of course, she's still doing it into her 30s now. Fantastically successful career of Oksana Shishkova. Quality over the best part of a decade now. Began skiing in 2008 in Kharkiv, back home. 2010, 2014, 2018. Here she is again at the Paralympic Winter Games. Great-grandfather Vyacheslav Shishkov, a well-known writer back in the day. And well, she's scribbling her own stories here and continues to do so at the Paralympic Winter Games, as Shishkova in command of this women's VI race.
Germany featuring pretty well in the medal standings. Got that solitary gold medal belonging to Volta, sitting fourth on the medal table of the biathlon events, headed up by Ukraine, then China, the United States. Canada's picked up a few medals also. The ranks featuring in the men's events today. Volta and Rechtenwald or Kazmaier hoping to add a couple, probably behind Shishkova, the way this event is unravelling at the moment.
So Shishkova from the two Germans, or two of the three Germans in this race, Kazmaier and Walter. And of course we're watching the men's race unfolding simultaneously as well. Now then, in the sprint and middle distance thus far, the Ukrainians have swept the podium, so could be a triple-triple here for the nation of Ukraine. There's 4 visits to the range for the men as well, and the first athletes into the prone position. That's 2 misses for Dang of China, one of 2 home athletes in this race. Also Yu Shuang.
4 from Ukraine in this event. So Lukyanenko, who is the champion from Pyeongchang, his Gil of Poland. Ukraine had first and second in Pyeongchang. Alexander Kazak. Second spot behind Lukyanenko. Very strange 4th shot there offered. by Gil. I just wonder if that was an accident. He didn't mean to pull the trigger as quickly as he did. It was certainly a miss, though, and an extra 150 metres to be done. Here's Kazik now, 2018 silver medalist. I think earlier we were hearing the tone from a different rifle. This is Kazik now, and 5 out of 5. Away he goes.
Great start, as well as that Pyeongchang silver. He was second in the sprint here in Beijing, and had a good World Champs as well. A pair of bronze medals, 2 third-place finishes there. It is in the Para-Biathlon that he tends to excel, but skis in the cross-country also. Shishkova, as we return to the standings in the women's VI race, still in control. This is Lynn Kazmai's third visit to the shooting range. Dead-eyed so far.
Oh, 15 out of 15. So that issues the challenge to Shishkova and Volta, who were clear through the first 2 stops. There's no further sign of Edlinger. I think that's as clear a signal as we need that she's done for the day. Here comes Shishkova. Just gently in. Oh, no rush here as she gets the oxygen back into the lungs. The wind has just picked up a little. You can see it disturbing her racing bib. Come into position, and those flags a little bit busy in the range, the little red telltales.
Well, Kazmai, who came into the range first, so chasing Shishkova, went clear, just laying down the challenge still to Oksana Shishkova, but our race leader still has it. Also went clear there, no targets missed. Next, Rechtenwald, who's 2 misses so far. There's another one there, and she'll drop further down.
Four out of 5, respectable, but still surrendering some time to Shishkova and Kazmaier. Here's the other important shoot, Volta. Yet to miss. And away she goes. Oh, it's looking pretty solid for Germany to claim a couple of spots on the medal dais. It's Shishkova who just won't be shifted at this point. She's well to the good of Kazmaier and Volta then. Richtenwald, Chachenko and Young. Well, Chachenko, if she were to shoot clear with the third, it might lift her up a little.
Well, we've still got a significant portion of this race to be run, but Shishkova, Kazmaier and Volta look Well, as secure can be at this stage. Rechtenwald with those 3 misses. And Yang already with a miss. Comes into the range again. She is really struggling. It's that right shoulder, isn't it, that's been giving a jip all race.
Yeah, she's reaching for the neck and shoulder, not for the first time.
Yeah.
So I hope she can continue.
Kachenko visiting the range for the 3rd time also. Giving her enough problems, Yang, in the ski, and now has to get the rifle into the shoulder as well. Well, decent recovery in the circumstances there after missing that first shot from Yang Shanru, but she's too far down the order here.
Pretty courageous effort too. She's still in some pain on that right shoulder. Kachenko now. On our screens, we've officially got the word that it's a DNF for Edlinger of Austria. It was evident a little while ago, but confirmed now.
Another miss.
Yeah, it's all playing into the hands of Shishkova, Kazmaier and Volta for 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, so as things sit now, we're all set for a repeat of the sprint podium with Ukraine, Germany and Germany. Shishkova, Kazmaier and Volta. Rechtenwald a little too far back with those 3 misses. Kachenko 2 all in as well. Yang 2 misses, and then Edlinger is not going to finish this race, I'm afraid. So Shishkova will be in control. She will know what she needs. Of course, there's another visit. There's another 5 targets to hit, so that will be significant also, but it would be a major story if she throws this away now. Shishkova, sprint champion and the cross-country long-distance champion, silver medalist also in the biathlon, the middle distance in the cross-country sprint events.
So Shishkova over Kazmaier. We'll get an idea here at 8.5 Ks. This is a 12.5 kilometre race. And through in 35.18 was Kazmaier. Shishkova coming up towards 35 minutes now, and there we go, 19 seconds clear of Kazmaier. And I would feel the only way that Shishkova cannot win this is to have a miss in the last stop, which is a little way off yet.
That's just the extra dimension to para-biathlon, as we can take you back to the men's VI. There's a visit to the shooting range, 2nd visit to the shooting range, 2nd of 4. Lukianenko, who's led the sweeps for Ukraine in this event so far, at least the VI category. The sprint and middle distance events have seen Ukraine 1, 2 and 3 on both occasions. Lukianenko going for his 3rd goal. Reshetinsky is in the range. Kovalevsky as well. Reshetinsky with that 1 miss from the first visit, clear in the 2nd. Ukraine so strong in men's VI.
That was very efficient work from Reshetinsky. But yes, Lukianenko with 2 gold already, one of the stars of the games. And Kazakh coming in.
So Kazakh was 2nd in the sprint.
Kazakh is the only athlete in the B1 classification, so totally blind, gets the 88% time factoring. The others B2 and B3. B3, Pavel Gil, and the rest of the field B2. Kazakh, he's got it at the moment. Over Lukyanenko, still nicely positioned for Ukraine. Kazakh, Lukyanenko, and Reshetinsky.
10 more targets to be hit. And just a little note about the classifications. B3, you just mentioned, that denotes more sight and or restricted visual field of less than 20 degrees. It is the least impaired, if you will, of the VI athletes.
There's confirmation there that Edlinger is out of the women's race. We'll go back to track the progress of Shishkova. There's one shoot to come. That's all that stands between her and a victory, it would seem, for Ukraine in this one.
Yep, she'll be coming into the range in pretty short order as well, behind Kazmaier. So no misses thus far for Lynn Kazmaier. 5 targets to hit, the last 5. She's done all that she can do. Now it's all about Shishkova, and if she can hit those targets and remain clear. Kazmaier, excellent shooting, perhaps doesn't have the speed, but well, it can still change. There is this variable of the last 5 targets. Shishkova has to be clear.
It's so promising for Kazmaier's career in this sport that in her mid-teens, she's mastered the shooting aspect of it. And once she gets the kilometres behind her and has the endurance, then she's going to be very hard to beat in future events. But meantime, she's got to deal with Shishkova, and Shishkova has to deal with the next 5 shots. If she shoots clear here, she should be good. It's a fair if, though. As the body's hurting, to keep the mind clear. Go through the process she knows oh so well.
She's hit 29 of 30 targets, all in. It's just one shot coming into this final biathlon event of the games, and she's gone clear in the individual. So Shishkova, 100% shooting here, has the gold in her grasp.
Walter comes in now for Germany, hoping to just wrap up this bronze medal. It's an interesting technique with the middle finger being the trigger finger and the index finger just moving the shot on. So it's very effective for Walter. Still in third position, ahead of Rechtenwald.
Yeah, Walter, another to miss just a single target all week across these 3 para-biathlon events. Absolutely unerring shooting. But Šiškova has the speed as well as the accuracy in the range. Šiškova, Kazmaier and Walter. This replication of the sprint podium is on, as Šiškova and Andrei Marchenko will bring it home now, surely, for Ukraine.
It was a very slow last shot from Šiškova. Just gave a sniff of a chance, perhaps, to Kazmaier, but one would think she's got enough strength to bring it home. Back to a look at the men's standings, where it's Ukraine still in a good position also.
Lukianenko down. And Kazik is the main man for Ukraine in this race. Going for the golden triple, Lukianenko, but it's not on at the moment. We're at the 3rd visit to the range. That for Yu, the youngest in the race, the Chinese, 2 misses. And his 2nd visit. And 2 misses as well on visit 3. Furious with himself. Has to get racing again. 4 misses in total. And that adds to his race distance. Well, the adrenaline kicking in now for Lukianenko.
Ridiculously quick. How do they do it? Practice. Practice and then some more practice.
Two more misses, 2 in the first shoot as well. That makes it 4 all in, and Dang drops way out of contention. Now Kovalevsky, 3 misses so far for him.
Surprisingly poor day with the rifle, at least for Kovalevsky. That's too many misses when you've got Lukianenko with no misses. Kazik, his shoot will be an important one. He's 10 out of 10 so far, Kazik. This is back in the women's event, and Turchenko. Well out of the medals, I think, in this one, behind the 2 Germans and a teammate Šiškova. So Kazmaier some 11 seconds behind Šiškova at the exit from the 4th shoot. But with Šiškova being such a fast skier, Kazmaier, it's too much to ask, possibly.
Well, we shall see. Stranger things have happened, as they say, but there's no doubting this is Šiškova's to lose. Rechtenwald, 3rd German in this race, out of the medals at present, just 2. Much lack of direction in the shooting range. A miss on each of the 4 visits. 96 is Walter. Bronze medal elect, the 18-year-old. Has been brilliant in the shooting range, but has struggled for the maintenance of the race pace, really, to keep up with Šiškova. And that's Kazmaier the 15-year-old who is on course for yet another medal in what has been a brilliant Paralympic Winter Games for her.
Yes, debut games. How long might she be around if she wants to? Only 7 seconds behind. But that ought to still be enough to be a safety margin for Shishkova. Depending on how she's feeling, I wouldn't like to predict that.
Yeah, the gap has come right down. We've mentioned it before in these races. Kazmaier is half Shishkova's age. The excitement's getting to all of us.
So one last final push it has to be for Kazmaier. Try and take something out of Shishkova's lead. Put some pressure on. Give it absolutely everything. She's got her hands firmly around the silver medal. Can she swap it for gold? Needs to be a big effort. Needs Shishkova to hit the wall somewhat. But admirable effort coming down to the line from Kazmaier. This is the home straight, of course. The crowd giving her a big welcome. Appreciate the effort of one so young, achieving so much at her first Paralympic Winter Games. And Lynn Kazmaier coming down to get another medal.
Which colour will it be? It'll be our reference time. Kazmaier and Florian Baumann, the guides. The mark then for Shishkova to beat is 52.3.2. Whatever happens, Lynn Kazmaier is a breakout star of these games at age 15. It'll be at least a silver.
Didn't miss a target. Shishkova's shot clear. And so has Volta. That guy gets down there. What a great finish it's been for them. Here's Shishkova. Will she be denied? Has she got enough left to just bring it home, keep the technique? Certainly got the hunger, got the desire. 30 years of age.
So, the last sweeping left-hander down the dip, then a pull-up, a mini mound, if you will, and then another left-hander into the finishing straight.
He's got a minute to get home.
Yep, 52.3.2 is the time to beat. Kazmaier waits nervously.
It's going to be close. Is the line too close, or has she got enough? Well, she's got good rhythm, good pace, good power, good effort up the hill here, Shishkova. This last climb into the home straight. Oh, it's going to be close.
It really is. 50.23. So she's got 23 seconds to get home here. Oh, they'll know that it's right on the edge. Shishkova and her guide Andrei Marchenko giving it absolutely everything up to the line. Oh,
is it Shishkova or Kazmaier? It's going to be Shishkova by a couple. What a finish.
3.6 seconds, she did it in the end. The lead was eroded away the deeper we got through this race. But Shishkova has her third gold medal of these games. What a finish. That's the finish of a true champion.
And it does tell you what an effort Kazmaier made in that last lap. She's smiling. She goes over to congratulate Shishkova. Just what we love to see at these games. The spirit, the fair play, the respect, guides as well.
So for the bronze, it'll be Walter. Just cruising.
So Volta ahead of Rechtenwald. The margin is fairly significant. With Volta having started behind Rechtenwald. In the same classification. So she's got this bronze medal well in hand, it would seem. Volta will come down a couple of minutes behind Shishkova. But in a solid time that should deliver her another medal.
It's going to be the same podium, Shishkova, Kazmaya and Volta as the sprint event, and the cross-country long distance. Well, they were just too far ahead of the field, the Ukrainian and the two Germans here. Volta above 2 minutes outside Shishkova's time, and Rechtenwald comes in fourth. Yang and Kachenko will finish further down the order, with Edlinger unable to finish this race. But what a finish from Shishkova, taking it by just over 3 seconds from Lynn Kazmaya.
3 seconds over 12.5 kilometres, nothing, is it? Let's move our attention across to the men's event, which is getting towards the end now and looking good for Ukraine.
Yeah, Lukianenko, the cream is rising, wants the third gold in the VI category. This is the individual race, and it's the finish of the last race, indeed, in Parabiathlon here at these 2022 Paralympic Winter Games. The crucial last visit to the shooting range. Lukianenko, by the way, 2 misses.
Kovalevsky had 4 and now 5.
Yeah, Kovalevsky, that's disappointing. 6 missed targets all in here in this individual race. Dang with 4 coming into his last 5 shots.
Another one. Now, Yu Shuang, the other Chinese athlete, has also had 4 misses. Only Kazakh with just the 1. He's building his chances here on the back of that shooting. How often have we said that about biathlon events? It's in the range where it all counts.
Yeah, Lukianenko, though, with those 2 misses on the last visit, really opens the door for Kazakh. He has to shoot at his last 5 targets.
Here he comes. Serhiy Kajeriavier. Almost at the last stop, being the 3rd. This is his final shoot coming up. Sky is clearing just a little. It's quite a misty, hazy kind of day. Had the lights on since the beginning of competition at 10 o'clock this morning. There's a bit of unusual gloom around the place. But if Kazakh can get the job done here, there'll be smiles around the Ukrainian camp for yet another gold, top of the heap in the Paralympic biathlon medal count. Nothing is a certainty, though, when they come into the range. Kazakh, silver medalist 4 years ago. They swap it for gold now.
Yep, pressure 5 shots for Kazakh.
He'll be more than aware of what's needed here. And a miss.
He made the correction. He refound that composure So Lukianenko with 2 misses, Kazik with 2 misses. The Ukrainians fighting it out at the head of this race, the last race to be completed at Beijing 2022.
Kazik. What's he got left? Another trip around this course at Zhangjiakou.
I just wonder if he's run out of steam at the end of this grueling week of Nordic racing. Lukianenko, they've swept the podium in each of the 2 VI events thus far. Well, he's pushing through is Lukianenko on past the Kazik. Beat Kazik in the sprint. Siako with the bronze medal in that race. Lukianenko then taking the middle distance also. It was Kovalevsky with the silver there, and Siako again with the bronze. No Siako in this race, but Ukraine so strong at the head of the order once more. Lukianenko and Kazik. There have been 5 misses so far for the Pavel Gil.
Just a correction on the penalty situation in the individual event. It's a 1-minute penalty rather than the penalty loops. Good finish there from Gil.
.104, Lukianenko. Well, here's the gold rush to be ended here. The reference time will be set. But Kazik has him in his sights. This battle between the Ukrainians. That's Yu. He's had 4 misses for China. And that roar that would have become so familiar now to the athletes coming down the home straight. So our first finisher from China will be Yu, the 18-year-old, 46.35. That's the reference point.
Lukianenko coming down to the line. He's got you well covered in 44.3. So there is your new time to beat.
And can Kazik be the man to beat that time? Reshetinsky also for Ukraine, Kovalevsky as well.
Well outside it is Kovalevsky, 242.4 behind Lukianenko. Question of how many medals and what colour for Ukraine here. They've got 4 in this event out of 7. 2 from China, 1 from Poland. So they're just looking to finish off the biathlon races with another medal haul to confirm their dominance of the biathlon events. Reshetinsky, he's outside. Is he going to be outside the time of Yu? Yes, he is. But inside the time of Kovalevsky. So it's Ukraine first and third.
.211 down, Reshetinsky. And now we have Dang finishing 50 minutes plus, way down on Lukianenko's time of 44.43.
So we've still got Kazik to finish, and Gil of Poland.
Well, Yu is there, so it's not going to be a Ukrainian sweep. We wait for the finish of Kazik.
As the B1 athlete in this field, he's got a factored time of 88%.
Yeah, he's inside here. He's inside the time of Lukianenko. So that mark of 44.3. And Kazik in control here of this last race out on the snow at the Zhangjiakou National Biathlon Centre, completing 3 terrific days of racing in the para-biathlon events here at these 13th Paralympic Winter Games. 44.3. So Kazik will be tiring, but he has a big cushion here as he comes in for home.
Couple of minutes to get there, and then some for Kazik. So having finished behind Lukianenko in Pyeongchang, this will be a sweet win for him. And we're just about finished with the biathlon program at Zhangjiakou. And right through the schedule of events here, it's been wonderful performances from Ukraine. We're going to finish it with another.
Yep. Lukianenko was looking for his third gold. It's not going to happen. Again, Ukraine have dominated. But Kazik, indeed the silver medalist from Pyeongchang, the bronze medalist from the recent world champs, is going to come over the line in first place here for Ukraine. They are 1 and 2. They have won all but one of the medals in the men's VI races. Yu takes third, Lukianenko second, and our gold medal winner is Alexander Kazik in 43.16.1. Great racing. They both missed 2 shots, Kazik and Lukianenko, but Kazik had the speed in this ski.
1, 2, 4 and 5, and someone else who'll be absolutely delighted with this outcome is the man who stuck by Kazik the whole way through, Sahi Kuchiaravyi, who was his guide, and the silver medal performance 4 years ago is here to assist Kazik claim the gold. And he just needs a moment, and why wouldn't you? Exhausted, but pleased, and a winner. He had misses in the third and fourth shoot, just one each though. And Lukyanenko also missed 2, both of those coming at the last shoot. And the best shooters finished first and second. Yu of China missed 4, ended up in 3rd position.
Well, the release of an emotional games for the Ukrainians. They have finished top of the pile in the Parabiathlon events here at Beijing 2022. Kazakh has delivered an 8th gold medal for the Ukrainian biathlon squad. Lukyanenko a 9th silver. They've finished top of the pile.
Yeah, they've won the last 2 events, haven't they? The women's and men's vision impaired. Well, it was very close in the women's, but Kazakh a bit more comfortable. A minute 28 ahead of Lukyanenko.
Our last finisher, by the way, from Poland is Paweł Gil. And listen to the roar as he comes round the final few bends and will hit the finishing straight for a finish of 7th in this race to wrap up the Parabiathlon events here at the Zhangjiakou National Biathlon Centre. An emotional 3 days of racing for the 3 sporting categories, the sitting athletes, the standing athletes, and here the vision impaired racers. All medals now decided as we will concentrate on the cross-country, the final cross-country events over the course of the weekend here.
So the 23-year-old Paweł Gil will make his way down to the line. 5 misses, counting him out of medal contention today. He's had a 12th in the sprint, a 10th in the middle distance vision impaired race. And he'll round off the field of 7 here as he comes down to the line. He's finished the race. Congratulations to him and to his guide, Mikhail Landa.
Confirmation then of how the men's individual VI race finished. Gold and silver for Ukraine. 8th gold, 9th silver for that nation. Yu Xuan gets on the podium. A 6th bronze for China. Shishkova also for Ukraine, winning the women's individual VI, and then Germany with Kazmaier and Volta getting silver and bronze. That concludes the racing then in the Parabiathlon at Beijing 2022. We'll see recognition ceremonies shortly.
3 gold medals is quite a haul. Shishkova, 30. Does she want to press on to another Games? Or will she be satisfied with the incredible achievements here? Certainly expect to see more of the athletes who finished second and third, Kazmaier and Volta, only in their teens.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games medalist for the women's individual vision impaired Paralympic.
女士们、先生们，请欢迎拿奥冬季2项女子长距离视障项目的北京2022年冬残奥会获奖运动员入场。
Can't say enough about the contribution of the guides. You only have to imagine, really, the amount of time they dedicate to training and competing, make it possible for the athletes to enjoy this competition. Selfless, really.
Representing Germany,
在我舞台的是德国运动员。
Leonie Malievalter with Permin Stricker then celebrates a bronze. Another fantastic performance. It's her 3rd bronze at just 18. There's a gold as well, of course. And then her compatriot, then Kazmaier, picks up her 4th medal of these games, a 3rd silver. At 15, twice her age, but had the nous to win another gold medal. The queen of the VI category. 3rd gold of these games, Oksana Shishkova of Ukraine.
What a way to finish the program for her.
ladies and gentlemen, showing your appreciation for the Beijing 2022
So tough to beat, so much experience, makes so few mistakes.
2022年冬残奥会获奖运动员表示娱乐面的祝贺。
Make their way off via collecting another mascot. The wreathed version of Shui Ron Ron. Quite rightly, the guide gets one too. It's a little pause here for photos, and then we'll have the men's recognition ceremony to round off the biathlon program.
And ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, the recognition announcement for the men's individual vision impaired Paralympic.
4 years ago, they had quite a big field in this men's vision impaired 15K. It was then, or 12.5. They had 15 in the field, and there were 7 from Ukraine. And they finished 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, and 8th, and 11th. Importantly, 1st and 2nd, I suppose. And it was Kazik who was 2nd 4 years ago. Lukyanenko was 1st. Kazik has managed to do it this time. Lukyanenko earlier in the schedule, though, picking up a couple of gold medals. He won't be unhappy to pass the baton, at least for this race, across to Alexander Kazik. His long-standing guide, Sergei Kuchyaravyi.
And upsetting the Ukrainian. Hopes for a sweep, another sweep in the VI events, men's VI events. As Yu Shua, a brilliant ski, and his guide Wang Guanyu. Yet another medal for the host nation. 6th bronze in the biathlon here at Zhangjiakou. What a breakthrough event it's been for the home nation. 12 medals all told in biathlon here. But Lukyanenko, 2 golds and now a silver with Boris Babar.
What a career at 43, still delivering for Ukraine. Just a brilliant athlete. And a reward for perseverance for Alexander Kazik.
Well, it's been a blistering campaign for the Ukrainians here, so emotional for obvious reasons, and they deliver another first-time gold medalist at these games in Kazik.
Yeah, 2nd in the sprint, and over a considerably longer distance, even better.
Kazik with his guide, Kuchyaravyi. And what a fitting way to round out the biathlon here, with those last 2 gold medals going to Ukraine, taking the gold medal haul to 8.
And as coincidence would have it, Kazik 4 years ago had 1 miss at the 3rd and 1 miss at the last shoot. Exactly the same as today, but he's managed a different result. Lukyanenko in Pyeongchang, just 1 miss in taking it out.
And in the men's VI, 9 medals up for grabs. Ukraine won 8 of them.
Amazing.
Well, what a way then to end the Parabiathlon at Beijing 2022. A final day of real quality. Second golds for Masters, Davier, Liu Mengtao. First golds for Lyashenko, Kazakh. A third for Shishkova as Ukraine finished the Parabiathlon here with a bumper haul of 22 medals.
We've seen a range of results. It started off the day with Oksana Masters and Kendall Gretsch doing as you might expect. And we had the armchair ride really for Benjamin Davier, the Frenchman, coming in so easily and happily to claim his victory. But overall, we have to say congratulations to Ukraine and their athletes for their biathlon performances. Hope you've enjoyed it. More to come still from Zhangjiakou.